4 games. Badang, gusto mo, Badang? Loader kita ng steak. Badang, gusto mo, Badang? Ano, Loader G? Kita ng steak. Badang, gusto mo, Badang? Ano, Loader G? Kita ng steak. Badang, gusto mo, Badang? Ano, Loader G? Kita ng steak. Badang, gusto mo, Badang? Ano, Loader G? Kita ng steak. Badang, gusto mo, Badang? Ano, G? Kita ng steak. Badang, gusto mo, Badang? Ano, G? Kita ng steak. Badang, gusto mo, Badang? Ano, G? Kita ng steak.
They think I'm an old dog.
I'll show them just how many tricks I know. I'll show them just how many tricks I know. I'll show them just how many tricks I know. I'll show
Oh, it's a shame I gotta take out their aim. That was the one on the party.
Reloading.
Someone's B. Launching smoke.
Reloading. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Raze, plug me into the tunes, yeah. I know you got the good stuff.
Smoke's down.
Enemy spotted mid.
Bunch of guys B.
There.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted mid.
Grenade! Reloading.
Smoke's down.
Dizzy has targets.
Mosh pit.
Sit still.
One enemy remaining. Wingman for the win.
Okay, they tried. Now it's our turn.
Stay out of my home.
Launching smoke. Enemy down.
Reloading.
Smoke's down.
Reloading.
Stim beacon down.
Enemy spotted A. There.
One enemy remaining.
Finals ready.
Right there.
Open up the sky. My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move. You know what to do.
Get out of my way!
Launching smoke. Stim beacon here.
Spike planted. One by one. Last player standing.
Careful now. Flash!
Need a drop.
That's true. Good advice.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
Let's do what we do.
There. Enemy spotted A.
Smoke's down.
Enemies are A.
Wrong buddy out.
Stim beacon down.
Somebody's there. Saw you, Mom.
Satchel out.
Launching smokes.
Spike planted.
Someone did.
Smoke's down.
standing. One enemy remaining.
Nice try, kid.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
Let's start this party.
Spike planted.
Come on, let's go!
You're nothing.
Wingman's defusing. My wingman's down. Hey, little man, puff us up. Let's hear it.
Safety's off.
Go get him.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon here. Taken down.
Spike planted.
That's 3. My ult's ready.
Cutting their vision.
Open up the sky!
Enemy spotted A.
Careful now.
Reloading. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. In sight. Don't rush me.
You will not kill my allies.
One enemy remaining. Done. Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
Wes, keep your guard up.
One.
Sit still.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
man ready for a light show?
Ándale.
Launching smoke.
Enemy A.
Okay.
Stim beacon here.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Fire in the hole!
Dizzy's up.
Smoke's down.
Last player standing.
Sit
Spike
still.
planted. One enemy remaining.
3. My ult's ready.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
I need a drop.
Need a drop.
Gotta plug those holes, guys.
Spotted B.
Somebody out.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Yeah, it's like that. No sweat.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine. And I will need a drop.
I need a drop.
I need a drop.
Watch and learn.
Thank you.
Smoke's down.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
Here comes the party! Somebody's there.
Open up the sky!
Stim beacon down.
Molly!
Nowhere to run!
Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Halftime. Don't save a thing.
I need a drop.
Launching smoke. Now we're
Grenade!
Enemy A.
You will not kill my ally!
launching smoke.
Careful here!
Right between the eyes.
Enemy B!
30 seconds left. Spike planted. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My buddy's defusing. My wingman's down.
Switching sides.
You want me serious? You got it.
Let's flush them out.
Smoke's down.
Area's down. Go spike.
Spike down A.
Out of here.
Dead.
Last player standing.
All right, homies, chill. We'll go again. Damn.
You love being here. Like way too much.
Smoke's down.
Someone's there. Grenade!
Reload.
Reloaded.
Reloading!
Plant the spike, Wings.
Healer's down. You're out.
Thanks, Wings.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Get him, wingman!
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that. Satchel out. Satchel out. For you, hermanita.
Reload him.
Launching smoke.
Watch your eyes.
Reloading.
Stim beacon here.
Enemy spotted A. Reload. Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Reloading. Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Cutting their vision. Reloading. Cutting their reloading. Grenade! Reloading.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted. Reloading.
Spike down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30
My
seconds
ult ready.
left.
Buy stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr, then we're done. Yeah?
Need a drop. Thank you.
Together. Smoke's down.
Reloaded. Reload him.
See nothing. Peekaboo.
Wingman's gonna patch the mic.
Nowhere to run! No, you don't. My ultimate's ready.
Spike down A.
Come on, let's go!
Dizzy's up top!
Kill my ally.
Last player standing.
Dead.
Match point.
You say something? Sorry.
Ears still ringing. Need a drop. Thank you.
I need a drop. I need a drop. I need a drop. Cheers.
Grenade! Bomb buddy out. Reloading. Feeling felt.
Last player standing.
I'll take it. Rush is ready. It's all you, little homie.
Defenders win.
1 by 1.
Emo fully exited back to the fountain.
When you say very good attempt, you mean that he threw it out?
It was a good thought.
Oh, good thought. Okay, because the attempt was about 5,000 range off, at least. But
Good effort.
good effort. Yes, there it is. All right.
And Roche will go the way of your cult after all that.
Time for you old ages. And banner. Which goes to Emo.
Match
Toronto,
found.
Tokyo. Showing off that Ags earlier. We'll be going for Refresher next.
Yep, has enough mana for 2 RPs with this. Costs 950. So a little bit extra for BKB use, for a skewer, and a horn toss. But that's pretty much it. You got to be a little bit careful with your management. And this is something I always look for whenever heroes are buying Refresher, because I've seen countless pro games where they don't account for it. And they just use all their stuff, refresh, and then, oh, I can't use RP. Happens more often than you'd think at this level.
Same war.
Torment time for Yakult.
Tormin.
Who
already
is
have-
going to get this?
Well, it could be... No, it's one of the 2 supports.
Bob Oak.
Cleanse.
Not bad. Remove Puck Silence.
Yep.
Cold Feet. That's pretty much it, I guess. But the Silence is very nice to have a removal for in particular for the Storm. But of course, Emo will be receiving his shiny golden stick. Gonna start a petition to get this item renamed.
Why?
It just sounds good, doesn't it?
Not really.
No, I don't think so either. I was just testing you.
Cosmodon.
Casmodon Rod.
Dire are scanning.
All right, so how much can they do with this next Aegis? 4K lead only.
Yep.
Despite it being 20 to 6
They can do
advantage in the
this.
kill department. Emo. That's the connection. Onto Toronto, Tokyo, but the BKB skewer. The arrow does hit the horse, and he's dead.
He has a gem. I don't know if they saw it. It's hard to see it in the middle of these ice vortexes, actually.
Sure
They're
it's
not
there?
noticing it.
It is there. Wow, you're right.
Okay,
Yeah.
mia familia. Leave the fireworks to me. Should be plenty loud for you to have some fun.
Blasting!
Bomb barrier.
Launching missile.
Reloading.
Reload spike planted. Confirmed kill.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Trevor!
An injured dog bites hard. Careful.
I have the spike.
Enemy spotted C. Right there. Only C.
Missile deployed.
Concussing! Our carrier is
Ammo
dead.
out.
Spike down, C.
I got the spike. Target down.
One enemy remaining.
There. Squash the last bug.
Reloading. Remember, the Rift Walker is over there. Never think you're safe.
Yun, may mic na ata ako. Try natin.
Reloading.
Hello. Hello.
Locating targets.
Reload.
Clearing out!
All missiles away.
Blinding!
Grenade is live.
Reloading!
Spike planted.
Reloading! Enemy spotted A! Enemy spotted A!
That's a kill. My ultimate is ready.
Trevor!
This is how it ends.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready. 5 dead. They can run or get run over. Their choice.
They have nowhere to hide.
Drone going out.
Concussing!
Enemy spotted B. Too late.
Spike down, mid.
Blinding! Watch them run. Report stopped. Spike planted.
Cage triggered.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Out of 5. You think you can kill me?
They want to dance? I'll lead.
I need a drop. Gracias.
Where are you?
Drone going out.
Camera taken out.
Cover going out.
All missiles away. Light munition.
Last player standing.
Snuff out. Got him.
Remember, I hit them with explosives, then you go. No la vayan a cagar. Locating target.
Shadows traveling.
Blasting! All missiles away. Light munition.
Planted. Reloading. Flash out.
One down.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. We know more than we did before. Let's use that.
Weapons up. Comms open. Locating targets. Tree suppressed.
Shadows traveling.
We can rotate. To be.
All missiles away.
Hey, Bruce. Go see.
Grenade is live.
Blinding.
My ultimate is ready.
Planted.
Behind it. There, one.
The hunt begins.
There. Bueno.
More.
Last player standing.
What the fuck?
No Compe.
Too low, too low.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. Concussing! Flash out!
Lost. Oh.
Clutch.
Doubt me again.
Reach! Bracio Baci! Did I say that right? Baci. Can I get a drop?
You can do B. You're watching.
Thanks.
Drone going out.
Better.
All missiles away.
Who's next?
Grenade is live.
You had your fun. My turn.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
Let go. No.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
Drone going out. One suppressed.
They will be hand.
All missiles away. Live munition. Clearing out.
Last
There it
player
is down.
standing. Spike down A.
Got their vice. My ultimate is ready.
Gear up, stay safe. We're going back in.
Locating target. One suppressed. This is how it ends.
Boom.
All missiles away.
My eyes are down.
I'm all out. I'm all out.
I planted. Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe hit.
Flash out.
Thrifty.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
I'm ready.
Drone going out. Light munition. Go ahead. Stand your ground.
One enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
Team A.
Reloading.
Last round before the switch.
Spend everything. We keep nothing.
The hunt begins.
Drone going out.
Multiple enemies B. Reloading. Headshot.
Enemy spotted mid.
Last player standing.
B.
Switching sides.
Wait until I arrive to strike.
Grenade.
Enemy spotted mid.
All right.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
If they try something, I'll see it.
Now, where to set up shop?
TV.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Where will they go this time?
No smoke is clear. Okay. Yeah, one.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
That's three.
It ends for now.
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes?
I need a drop.
Time to explode.
Locating targets. Drone is down.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A. Goodbye.
One enemy remaining.
All missiles away.
Surrounded by minha família. We won't lose.
I will find you.
Careful now.
There.
Destroyed.
There. There.
Spike down C. One enemy remaining. Thirty seconds left. Last player standing.
What the fuck? Mhm.
10 seconds left.
Go get it. Here comes the party!
Are you My serious? bad, sorry.
My burden never ends.
Go!
The hunt begins.
Attack! Or die!
What do you mean?
Spike planted.
Killed.
One enemy remaining.
My Spike. Reloading.
Spike defused.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
QME, okay?
Who's next?
Spike down. C.
Got your fun. Go get him. My turn.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. No, that time was okay. Flash through. Flash it, flash.
Blinding.
Meow. Nice.
From your prison at last.
Match point.
Party's over. Let's show them out.
I am everywhere. Shadows traveling.
Grenade!
This is how it ends. All missiles away.
Bomb buddy out.
Aiding target.
Reloading.
Two suppressed. Grenade is live.
Reloading.
Cover going out.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Reloading.
Adapt or die!
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down. Defenders win.
They should see it now.
Of it.
The map. Right?
Nightfall's
Anything
$200
on.
Bro, is he dead?
Oh, good pipe.
Okay.
No.
And all passively
back, right? Farming speed or whatever, but wait, not too power creep for that anymore. Blade support right now. Those days are long gone. Air blade support
in every game. That's being the main villain. It's an uninteresting character, possible.
I think the final season was
going to pick up the haste. They get the Hex onto the AA. Oh, arrow connects. Onto the TB. No follow-up,
do you guys want to kill Panto, or?
They will eventually. There's some Mira in the Moonlight Shadow is fine. Actually scouting things out, if nothing else.
His Aegis is about to expire. I think Mira might be making a call here. Nightfall connecting. Ooh. That could have got interesting.
A bit of sieging action for Yakult as the tier 3.
All right, do you want to count together how many illusions is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 illusions.
No, just the same amount of kills that Aurora has.
Yeah. Could double their kills by killing the illusions, but
they will expire naturally, of course. Oh, there we go. Nice.
Yay, more illusions!
Yeah, illusion meta. Definitely not a thing. Most next Roche.
Oh, that was... Oh, Kiyotaka!
Oh, they almost certainly going to be waiting for the next Roche.
Oh, Kiyotaka!
Oh, they find Kiyotaka on the cliff. He's dead.
Bro, that was...
How many times, Cinderin? How many times?
Team is going to be there with their disables for you. They have X's, silences.
This isn't going to stop them from trying to fight this out. Global silence after Emo gets initiated on. Now they can try to counteract everything. Buyback comes out from Kiyotaka's Toronto Tokyo with the double RP as Nightfall cleaving upon them. Emo is dead. No buyback here. The toss-up. Oh, they actually snap it. Trying to kite out the thunder. They get him out. Fly in the grave. Kiyotaka, a genius after all.
Yeah, that's not... I don't even know what level of bait that is. I was going to say level is... Ricky came back. Repeat that whole 3 seconds. For Emo standards, that's just unacceptable.
Kiyotaka on the high ground. Toronto Tokyo gets... He goes fishing, and he finds a horse.
Reeling that...
Ground. Toronto...
For Emo standards, that's just unacceptable.
Kiyotaka on the high ground. Toronto Tokyo gets... He goes fishing, and he finds a horse.
Oh, that's generally not what...
5 seconds. And Nightfall and company somehow in this game are gonna get understand it. Emo. Horn toss. How can you go 0-7 on your mid laner and win the game potentially? Emo. Horn toss out the coil as well. He's dead again.
Here. This is the bigger mistake. That is just crazy. You get RP'd there on Storm.
I don't know.
That is just crazy. I will say the last kill they just got on Storm in the Dire base was pretty crisp, though. That was a nice fishing during coil. Not be
make a block.
Yeah, some
growth.
Yeah, record so
like whatever. The sheep just enters the base. Just
always finds a way.
Yeah,
can they fish him? They can. They can.
Oh, no. Vision. Horn toss into the Hex, into another death for Emo. Putting on his Kiyotaka cosplay.
Nice save.
Oh wait, he's alive, Cinderin.
Yeah, they disrupted in global. Thanks for paying attention to the team fight.
Fly takes down Panto. As Nightfall able to delete Baboka, but Nightfall, that's the Aegis.
Okay, they coiled nothing.
Skewer snaps. They get the RP on top. This is a dead Terrorblade. Has the buyback. We'll use it instantly. Meanwhile, another Hex onto Emo. Toss up as well. This 25 talent from Nightfall is insane. Yeah. That's no longer a Storm Spirit. No way to get back in the game. Ultra kill as well as Beyond trying to run away. The Avalanche is there, though. As a Skewer will find Ollie. A nice tasty treat for the rest of the team. As Nightfall will get his Rampage that he so desperately wanted. And this is going to be GG's year.
Colt just...
Yeah.
Yes, like how does the guessing
As many as you want, baby boy.
Wait, but
you can ask 10 questions in a row if you want.
No, what I'm
no, I made that rule up.
No, what I'm saying is if like he guesses and gets it wrong, for instance, does that count as his question?
I will give you both a hint. There
Yeah.
has been no foot shooting so far.
No, but what I'm wondering
Match
is
found.
if I am I not allowed to guess until I cross out all the answers?
Oh,
you know
like
what I'm saying?
actual guesses. You can guess. It's just then you're not gonna get a question to eliminate.
Okay, so it counts as a question. Okay. So it'd be like, is your hero this? That okay, I get it. That's your turn's question. I see. Okay. Thank you, viewers. I'm sure they needed that.
A common strategy is to guess when you've narrowed it down to a small number of possibilities. That's in the strategy of the meta of Guess Who.
Okay. Is your...
Oh, he's gonna guess?
No. I'm not gonna guess the hero. I'm thinking of like repeat questions. This is tough. Is your hero elemental based?
Yes.
That was a great question.
I went for a ballsy one there.
That was a good question. You're both tracking it down.
Yeah. I have 3 left.
Me too.
You could take a risk in 1 out of 3 at
Yeah,
Misery.
I'm thinking about it.
Select your agent.
There's also one easy. Can I ask a question and then guess the hero or no?
No. Counts as a question to ask.
Dang it.
That actually counts as your question, Brian. You're up.
I'm going to guess.
Relax. I've already
Is
sorted
your hero
everything.
Muerta?
No. Whew. Is your hero Lena?
No. Damn it. What's wrong with you?
This is fun knowing both answers. This is good for me.
Okay. Okay, I guess your hero is Naga then.
Yeah.
Ah, he got it.
What was his hero?
Morphling.
It was. Oh,
so you actually had it. You both had it down to 3.
Well, because when I asked him a question about the support and he said usually, I was like, okay, Lena's played more support than Morph, so I thought like, I thought that was why he might be a bit tripped up.
I thought to ask the question if your hero has
Invaded by a lot of timber saws.
The trap is a huge.
that wouldn't. Yeah.
Nice.
I guess the stun question was also like, Dusa has more of a stun than Naga.
Yeah.
Like the sleep is kind of like.
I'm very impressed with both of you. That you asked if a hero had a stun, and you said no, because it's Naga and she has a sleep and a net and a root, and then he didn't take it off.
Yeah,
his list.
that's even more impressive. Yeah.
Like you're both, you've passed the test of do you deserve this job? Do you know mechanics?
Up until now, I wasn't certain.
Oh, do your little machines need help? Take your time. Radiant will start without you. Need a drop. Reloading. Thank you. Need a drop. Thank you.
Placing sentry. Calling my bot.
Ding ding ding ding ding. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Turn out. My double's dead.
Whoa, nice!
Their jet is playing hard to get. All right.
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Reloading.
Reloading. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
I can't look. Please don't blow up. Bet they're feeling frazzled.
The wrong war. Tiêu.
Turn out.
Stay alert.
One trap. There.
All missiles away.
Down.
Spike planted.
Got one. No more sober.
Last player standing.
No peeking.
Go.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
Turn out. Placing alarm bot. Let's go. Placing swarm grenade. Bot coming back. Recalling my bot. Enemy spotted mid. Initiated. Placing sentry. Out of charges. Area's clear. Turret destroyed. Found them. Bomb down. Good
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Thrifty.
This one, just simple economics. I'm kidding. I'm terrible with money. The part where they lost was fun. Turn out. Bot coming back. Placing sentry. Placing alarm bomb. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
Recalling my bot. Recalling my bot. Can't use that yet. There you are, you shit. Just let them try to catch me. Placing sentry. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Get out of my way!
Drone is down.
Bot coming back. Bot coming back.
Nowhere to run!
Enemy spotted. Net. Oh!
Spike down B.
Spike's here. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
They're all dead? I have more tests to run. They look like us, but are they us? I have
What
so
do you
many
need?
questions. Turn out. Recalling my bot. Turn out. Reloading. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Bloody. Careful, Tommy.
Recalling my bot coming back.
This is how it ends.
The hunt begins!
Senora.
Launching missile. Drone going out.
Drone is down.
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out.
30 seconds left.
Bot coming back. Recalling my bot.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
Never left.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Compe FC. Two side.
smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Nice one.
Clutch.
I had to focus for a second. Alright, I take back what I said about those bots. They're pretty good. And so are you. Turn out. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Good try, good try.
Placing swarm grenade.
Hello. Do you like
Placing swarm grenade.
Do you like gay?
Drone is down.
Yeah.
Here, enemy spotted A.
Okay.
Wow. One more, Jet, one more, let's go.
Okay.
Swarm grenade out.
Oh no.
Turrets destroyed. You should run. Oh!
Last player standing. Spike planted.
The symphony of death.
Down the draw.
Cupid.
Turret out. Down the draw. Thank you. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Oh my god.
Found the swarm grenade out.
Good job, B.
My ultimate is ready.
Down B.
Oh, nice.
One enemy remaining.
S.
Oh.
Blocking sight. Here, catch.
Ammunition.
Last player standing.
I do prefer when they put up a fight. You think they're worried?
You okay?
I think they're
Need a drop. Thank you.
Placing sentry.
Thank you.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Hey.
Found them. Swarm grenade out.
Enemy spotted A. Yeah.
Bot assist.
Spike down A.
It's okay.
Spike spot.
One enemy remaining.
I took care of it.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
Can I get this? Thanks. sentry. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Get out of my way.
Hey.
Bot coming back. Recalling my bot. Initiated. Wanda area's clear. Turret out.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
Last round in the half.
I don't care how you do it. Just spend all your money. Let me buy a sword.
Thank you.
Placing sentry. Placing alarm bot. Bot coming back. Out of charges. Placing sentry. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Drone is down.
Nowhere to run!
This is how it ends.
Spike down mid.
Dead and buried.
Multiple enemies mid.
Last player standing.
You talk, revive me, bro. Revive me.
The hunt begins!
Switching sides.
Make peace with yourself before you pull the trigger. No one else can judge you.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Reloading.
There is no fight left in them now. Locating target.
Out.
One suppressed.
Dropping
Piece on the floor.
Plant spike. Reloading.
Reloading.
Right here. Target destroyed. Plant. Reloading.
Bang. Sugar in.
Last player standing.
Oh!
If they think it is more honorable to resist death, they're reloading.
And dropping smoke.
Reloading.
Placing sentry.
Missile deployed.
Last player standing.
Variable removed. Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot. You have to think.
Launching missile.
Turn out.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Dropping soul.
In sight.
Enemy spotted A. Right here. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Out of charges. Plant the spike. Kill my bot.
Careful here.
Perfect accuracy. Down.
Still in sight. Reloading. Pathetic.
One enemy remaining.
No peeking. Right here.
And now they're all dead.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
Who needs a gun?
Spike's here.
Who needs a gun?
Need a drop. Thank you. Keep up. Reloading. Turn out. Dropping smoke.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Got him.
Missile deployed.
Reloading. Here.
Still in sight.
Alarm bot out.
Planted.
There.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Reloading.
One enemy
My
remaining.
double's dead. My ultimate is ready.
We can stand around all day talking about killing them, or we just do it.
All right, muckers. Off we go. Get out of my
Launching
way.
missile.
Down.
Enemy
Got the
spotted.
Spike down B.
Still in
Last
Spike
player
carrier's
standing.
down.
Spike down B.
My ult
No,
is
my
ready.
bad.
One
My
downside to play more
bad.
ult.
No, thank you.
You better run, Sova.
Need a drop.
Repeating targets.
Mine out. Grounded.
Missiles away.
Begins. Reloading. Dropping smokes. Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Initiated.
Grenade live.
My ult's ready. Back like I never left.
Cutting their vision.
Got one.
Placing swamp grenade.
Cover me.
Reloading. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
There.
Low.
Ooh.
Enemy spotted A.
Two got in.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready. It was their life.
Everyone makes fun of German efficiency. Ha ha. Just keep laughing as you use all my gear.
Drone going out. This is how it ends. Grenade is live.
Feeling sight. Spike down.
One enemy remaining.
Resource.
Spike down B. My last player standing.
Ah, ete.
Match point.
Okay.
They'll throw everything at us you can. Be ready. Enemy spotted.
Drone going out. Drone is down.
No peeking.
Last player standing.
Get out of my way.
That's fine.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Lo tenemos, hermanos.
Drop in a smoke. Turret out. Turret destroyed. Oh!
Yeah, you.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Grounded. Blocking sight.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Okay. I'm blind for you. Let's go!
I'm here to stay.
Yeah.
What?
Locating targets.
They're here.
Dropping smoke.
Oh my god!
Reload.
Blocking sight.
Cutting their vision. Feeling sight.
Refreshing. Right placing sentry. Enemy spotted. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm. Alarm bot down. Enemy spotted. Placing swarm grenade. Plant swarm grenade out. Ah, they're down. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Nice one!
That's the job.
Attackers win.
You want a fairy tale ending?
Thank you so much.
They lost. End of story.
But now I do.
Now I'm sure,
Thank
after
you.
a game of Guess Who, an intense battle of Guess Who, that we are.
That there's maybe there's a little bit of extra.
Their heroes don't clear summons at all. The Slarks, the Linas, the Shadow Demons.
I saw Lina using Laguna Blade yesterday to kill some of the creeps. I believe it was the Bet Boom series as well. She gets those stacks.
Fiery Soul?
Yeah, Fiery Soul with Laguna Blade immediately and then tries to go...
Oh, the
and try to-
Supercharge.
Yeah, Supercharge, tries to kill the creep. If you don't have anything, but right now, Bet Boom team, I see nothing on side of Flipster talent that's going to be reduced. So, I think
we thought Flipster Talon would be looking at Silencer this game into Oracle. That
Now safe lane. No, but it is a carry tide. Yeah.
I think
we
that
like that.
they 100% had a summons issue, right? They had a hero.
right?
Quite a development here versus Talon. It's a sniper. Bet Boom here versus Talon with the sniper pick from GPK. Yeah, BSJ is right though. Very similar lineups. You got these tanky boys as position ones and the Omni and the Tide Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, as always, the offlaners will be inherently tanky as well. And then you got these range right clickers in the mid lane. You got a lot of saves on both sides. Very interesting lineup.
Yeah.
Both teams.
I think in particular, what year? I don't know if I've ever seen this lane played before in any game. Oracle Omni Knight.
Yep.
This will be my first time watching these two heroes lane together. It's obviously times change. It's actually a pretty strong lane now. Yeah, we'll see how they make it
How
work.
do you know if you've never seen it?
I can't say it with confidence, okay? I just like, when would this have been a thing?
I know. It's just, yeah, it's pretty strong line. Like, well, you haven't seen it yet.
Genuinely cannot remember ever seeing these two heroes in the same lane. But I'm kind of with the panel's concern about this Tide, and Misery in particular. I don't think it's that good of a pick here, so that's my main concern. Well, of course, you can alleviate anything if you get first blood.
Yes, indeed. Blood Grenade with the Gush. Jokum here. They want to give this to 23 Savage Miero. Okay. Well, we'll oblige.
I will argue that I don't know who it's worse for that he dies faster, if that's worse for him or for the Tide, because he could have kept running a little bit, but he kind of wants them to kill him faster so he can come back to lane.
Great news for Talon, though. So 23 Savage. I mean, this is kind of a playbook out of Falcons, I suppose, with the position 1 Tide that had found a moderate amount of success. It kind of fell flat a couple times as well. So, but in this lane against the Beastmaster, Misery was kind of talking about that matchup. How do you feel about it?
I kind of feel the same way that let's even say Tide is good against Beast. Let's entertain that idea. You're not going to stop him from farming. Like, Beast is still going to get his stuff. So if this was your quote-unquote counter pick, you're not stopping him, you're just enabling yourself. And there's plenty of heroes that can do that against Beastmaster that would be more traditional carries and have a bigger impact. The other thing is, I don't know if this is a hero where we're going to see 23 Savage shine, right? That's the other. It's just a big question mark. I don't know if I've ever seen him play this hero. It obviously won't be the first time. There's no way he would run like this just blindly, and they clearly value the Radiance highly. But let's say you wanted the Radiance carry. You could have picked, let's say, Dawnbreaker, for example, as an alternative. That could have also laned against Beast, gone Radiance, and then had a different type of impact.
Yep, and they have some okay setups for it too.
Yeah, so that would just be one example off the top of my head, but there's going to be plenty more. That would be Radiance buying heroes that lane into Beast.
Well, a part of me hopes it works because...
I'm guessing Compe was banned. I don't remember the entire draft, but I think that would have been their pick before Tide.
I mean, Tide being able to play 1 is very cool for Dota, so I'm hoping that it's not a bad thing.
Yeah. So far, so bad, though.
6-1 start for him.
They're losing this lane as it stands right now. They're really being bullied away. The Ringmaster does very well against Tide in lane. The percentage-based damage.
All right, so it's all about the stacks. Can you get the massive stacks in the triangle for 23 Savage? Because that is definitely a hero that can take them.
And of course, when you do play the carry Tide, you kind of have to take the Krill Eater facet. And by extension, you're making your laning stage weaker. So it's even worse than it would be with a traditional offlane Tide.
Yeah. He'll get there in the end. I have confidence in the meanwhile, Kiritich on the carry Omni Knight that we discussed, it will be Radiance build. So is it actually going to be Radiance on?
I don't understand the pick. Okay. I think it's the one thing that makes sense to me about it here is Sniper is going to outrange because one of them is Tide, which I guess is also why that's probably why I'm so opinionated that if I don't...
Other than
been awesome.
On board now. Annoying hero. Depth Shroud eventually. Of course, that has been nerfed. 200 less range, I believe. Or is it 400 less range? I think it went from 600 to 400. Either way, a little bit worse than before.
Do you think Depth Shroud gets today, but I
support without this shard, I don't think.
Not every hero needs to be able to play.
Yep, I would agree with that assessment. WS taking some pure damage from Kiritich. Kataomi a little bit too deep here, though. Pounce. WS doesn't have a whole lot of follow-up yet. As Jokum finds a nice courier for Kiritich.
Oh, that's a
blood
good
grenade, though. Jokum in a lot of trouble. He will die to the purification as WS looks to be next as well under the tower. One more right click. If you can find him in
another Kata. Beautiful.
Talon as Cuckoo. He's going to get whipped into oblivion as Jokum coming in for one last thing, but
he's got instead of huge ones, but close.
Boom. Photo, which we haven't discussed yet. As this pick.
He has great. I really like it here. Plus a grenade. Kind of bull. I'm not really.
It's 4-step.
I'm not going to.
100 in. It's going to be the Vlad. It will be creeps for him right now. This is the shadow order to be completely massive.
Up. Or it's
stop the stampede. Kiritich. Nicely done, but the hoof stomp will follow into the pounce from Jokum. Uses the hammer of purity onto Jokum. Will survive.
Not much though. He's that too.
Go Pacers. Hoof stomp finds one. He'll be able to easily kill him bot.
Not a big miss for the side. His win. It's not going to happen. So even a step up.
We're going to get the demonic purge. Kiritich. It's going to end up being an easy one. Very valuable kill. Cuckoo gets the last. I mean, it's very, very valuable. And I know that Shadow Demon. Yeah, find. Is there...
Eventually on. You entire game on the support for damage in
the for the Omni regardless. And it doesn't look like it will be a Radiance anyway for 23.
It's going Mage Slayer.
So magic that works on Omni.
Radiant's middle tower
That's kind of weird though. Got his whole inventory queued up though, so wants to go blink after the fact into Shard Ags.
I was sure he was getting Radiance this game. Huh. All right, we'll see. Might work out. We've been wrong before. Of course, it's very rare.
Jokum, whoa.
Close call.
Indeed. Pops the Shadow Dance. Still being pursued by Kiritich, but
Radiant's top tower
will eventually get out. And for GPK, I feel like this is one hero that the build just, even though we don't really see a ton of sniper, almost always the same. Maybe not in the same order every time, but
yeah,
Maelstrom at some point with the Dragon Lance into Hurricane Pike.
He's rushing the Pike here, it looks like. That's going to cost him on the farming front, so not go the Maelstrom. Early on, Miro will open onto 23 Savage with the Roar.
Yep, the Roar is there. Looks into the Wheel of Wonder. Kraken Shell activates. Stampede to try to get away. We root them with the Hawk, and they will have enough damage in the end. Nice kill from Bedboom. It does take a lot. And now Makoto on the high ground, waiting for somebody to get close. It's not to be.
Well worth it to drop all those ults for the Tide. Might be an expensive kill, but it's a necessary one.
I wonder if his Kraken Shell, the hard dispel, activated before the Wheel of Wonder. I thought for sure it was going to act. Wait, does that get? Is that dispellable? Is it? It's a taunt.
Yeah,
is it the same as like Berserker's Call, where it actually cannot be?
I think you dispel it shortly and then it reapplies. Or
Potentially
briefly,
a good
rather.
spell against the Tide then, if that is the case.
It definitely doesn't work the exact same way as Axe Call does. I think there's a little bit of an intermediary period. So let's say you have BKB on Tide. I think you can Kraken off the taunt for a moment and then BKB. I'm pretty sure, at least.
I'm sure we'll see that interaction again soon and pay attention. That's the second thing you need to pay attention to this game.
Already forgot the first one or something about Slark, right?
I actually also forgot.
Yeah, okay. That's good. The audience never forgets.
the
They'll know.
Chat will remember.
I'm sure if one of the things we talked about happens, they'll all be spamming like, wow, it happened.
Yeah, it's a good thing neither of us are reading it.
Yep. So we will not appreciate it. Yeah, of course.
Jokum runs into Kata Omi.
Apparently runs an Italian restaurant now.
Kata Omi.
Yep.
Jokum will be going for the Glimmer Cape. And then
standard.
Almost certainly Shard after the fact.
And Ewell's at some point, probably the standard Slark. 3 items that make him incredibly difficult to deal with.
Yeah, true. The Ewell's. I mean, that's another potential dispel, right?
Mm-hmm. True. Not against Repel, though, of course.
Yeah.
Won't work.
Yeah, Demonic Purge, the only one that will have any say in the matter there. Turned out to be a really good Shadow Demon game. And looks like the stacks were taken on the Talon side. Had to have been either the Lina or 23. Probably Lina, I suppose. And they're both top net worth in the game, though, so not complaining for Talon.
Big item timing arriving here for Miero. This game he has opted for the Aghanims on Beastmaster.
Okay. Do you like that over the helm?
I think if they manage to fight with it, there's 2 angles to the Axe, right? One is you get it fast, you take a crucial fight and you get Roche, which is really good. The other one is if nothing is happening, it's the fastest farming item on Beast. So either way, if you get it fast, it overtakes, I would say, Overlord pretty quickly in value. Whereas if you buy the Overlord, you really want to take map control. But if that's not in the cards here for Bedboom, I don't mind this. I think it's completely fine for him to just look to scale really hard. Might have been a conversation they already had that they feel like they'll just overtake the Tide. Yeah. In terms of impact, like Beastmaster can just see he has the highest net worth in his team here on Miero. Guess he'll deny his tower here. Okay. No.
He'll let the boar do it.
We'll let someone else figure that out
at some point.
Here comes Joachim. Should just go and attack at once. Assert some dominance here.
Blink is now up for WS. As the Ags, like you said, online for Miera, so this would be a pretty good pick-off for Talon if they can surround him, but easier said than done as he finds the path of no resistance. I need to actually name that path something, by the way. And the... What's the little door, not the door, the force field called? The thing that is super out of place in Dota.
Oh,
I think there actually is an official name for that, but it was in like the original patch notes, and I don't remember.
The base gate.
Make sure to tell us in chat, because we're definitely still not reading.
It might have been called Force Field, actually. That's a good name for it.
Very out of place. Tier 1 tower is going to be taken out, but the fortification is there for now as Makoto and Cuckoo waiting to jump as WS with the hoof stomp. False Promise, very early usage onto Kiritich. Wheel of Wonder expended as well, and Talon just runs away.
All right, some spells hit, some not hit so much.
Really early false promise.
I think it's fine. They were showing clear intent on the side of Talon. They were definitely going to commit on that kill, so you might as well ult nice and early to give Omni more time to heal. You got the tower, you can get out. You're going to hit up top of the smoke, looks for their next tower with the Beastmaster push. This is a good map movement. Of course, you don't have Oracle ulti now.
Yeah, they run into the Slarky Malarkey, already half HP. 23 Savage onto the high ground. That would be a much bigger target, of course. Shadow Dance forced out. 23 Savage. The Kraken Shell activated. The roar doesn't last that long. Now the reinforcements are arriving, but 23 is super low already. Gets a lot of health back as they're going to try to backstab this sniper. GPK is assassinated with the Laguna Blade. 23 Savage eventually does drop as Kiritich claims his double kill. Fight continuing. Kiritich just does so much damage with each punch. Jokum dead. Triple kill for Kiritich. And not stopping anytime soon. Pops the Guardian Angel to tank the couple tower shots. As the LSA going to connect onto Makoto. The box is going to save him for now, though. As WS will be the 4th dead for Talon in this engagement at the cost of GPK on the sniper.
Omni Knight's doing work right now. Kiritich did 1 million damage this fight. Minus 995,000, of course, but still a lot. They get another objective. So far, this last pick tide has not carried its weight. See if that's going to change when 23 Savage gets his Ags plus Gush talent at 15. It's a very big damage upgrade for this hero, of course, to go this route. It's an alternative to Radiant, but you are putting a lot of pressure on Makoto to really have a free fight and stand and deliver. And this fight went so well for BetBoom in spite of GPK getting burst, right?
BetBoom want to go again. Looks like Cuckoo is going to be the recipient of the gank. And maybe they just go straight into the pit now.
Yep, would be a good play. This is actually perfect timing. You're going to kill this Roche, and then it's almost minute 20, and you just stay in the top half of the map and get the Tormentor as well.
Oh, Orchid.
Oh, he didn't. He wasn't ready for it.
Yeah.
You got the Rat Bastard.
Both supports dead. Rat Bastard included.
Yeah.
So Aegis will go the way of BetBoom. GPK will take it.
I think spilling out on the map like this actually doesn't make very much sense right now. Just stay top and take the Tormentor. I don't think Talon are in a position to fight you without Ravage. Oh, you actually will have Ravage ready, pardon me. So maybe they would be interested.
Pardon me.
My good man. Excuse me.
It'll be a Deso, by the way, eventually for GPK. What do you think about that?
It's fine. I
feel like the
doesn't have the best synergy with Omni.
No, it does not.
But
the item has been gaining traction in this patch.
Yeah.
Trying to remember if anything was changed with it.
I kind of like Maelstrom better, and I think you could have argued for buying Maelstrom earlier as well, just for farming speed. He's definitely lower net worth than he could have been. It's not like Talon has been taking much initiative anyway, but maybe specifically because of the Pike, they haven't been able to find him as much as they'd like, but I don't really think it's made much of a difference.
In the end, Talon will be able to take the Tormy.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of
Oh, wow.
Yes, it's for free on Slark. I think this is a bit of a blunder from BetBoom. This is actually really valuable. Not only do they get it, but they get it on Slark, so he can buy other items faster.
Yeah, that's...
The Slark one is a lot better than the Shadow Demon one in this game.
Well, it's a lot better than every shard in the game.
Yeah.
You could have just picked any hero.
True. Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah. Lucky 50-50 for Talon. See if they can take advantage. Makoto showing himself onto the tier 2 tower. I mean, the one thing that... Oh, they do have Blink on Beastmaster now, so they do have a way to close the gap. It's Makoto. Next to the force field. Science fiction. Shouldn't be in Dota. Same with the scan. Remember the scan when it first came out? I was like, that's weird.
Well, what do you think about Sniper's current cosmetic?
It does fit the force field. I will say that. Aghanim Scepter officially picked up 423, so we'll see how effective it is. It is definitely a good Ags.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
BetBoom, 2.5 minutes to burn on the Aegis. They'll get this tier 2. And probably one more.
Now, Talon, courtesy of not playing the first series of the day, should have already showered going into this one.
I don't know. If it was you, you'd still wake up 10 minutes before the game. So,
oh,
okay. They swap places.
Wow.
Vengeful Spirit somewhere is smiling in the grave of unpicked heroes as WS pops the blade mail, but he keeps getting rooted as well. Gets off the stampede, but the assassinate from GPK.
He was
from
hoping to fade a roar.
downtown.
Nice patience there from Miero to not use the roar. Just confident they're going to get him and that it won't take too long. He was right. Yeah, WS a bit desperate for farm. He is so far behind the other cores.
Yeah.
Like, a criminal amount. Playing Centaur this poor feels really bad. There's so many offlaners that can do quite a bit with less farm. Centaur is built around being able to stay in the fight for extended periods of time and really absorb damage. When you're behind by this much, you end up just being a liability, especially against the Deso sniper. He's going to hit you really hard and fast.
I'm surprised he didn't start the game with a Vanguard. He's still going to go Crimson anyway. It is a really good Crimson game.
Yeah.
That does feel quite late to just start building it. That's GPK. And the Betboom side will be able to claim this tier 2 tower with a minute left on the Aegis. Jokum trying to find an opening for himself. Now that he has that freebie Depth Shroud, he can focus on the Nullifier to come. They're right next to each other.
Tower is under attack.
Do not see, though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice zero value assassinate.
Has fallen.
Actually baited him to Glimmer, I guess.
Yep, true.
Okay, they
Shadow
paid the ult.
dances, yeah. And the Stampede.
Okay.
To escape. A BKB was activated, though, as Orchid not going to be followed up too far away, and the Aegis is going to expire here, but I wonder if Betboom just continues to go for this last tier 2.
No
if
reason
they do,
not
if
to.
Talon can be able to get a jump of some kind. There is a Blink Ravage.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on this Blink Ravage to be timed really well, though, for the side of 23, because we've already established all of these saves and ways of protecting themselves in general that they have. Make it difficult to execute. Now, Kiritich is going to go for the the harpoon into BKB. Seems to be his plan. I feel like this would be a good game to get a dagger on the Omni as well. But maybe harpoon plus dagger is a bit of overkill.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Jokum.
He is really low on mana.
Yes, he is. He's going to get a nice ward down, though. Interesting.
Yeah, that can't even be bothered to chase him. But I will say this movement from him is pretty telegraphed for warding. When he gets spotted there.
This is really interesting.
Radiant are scanning.
So, Kataomi is going to be getting a Ghost Scepter, which is not interesting. But queuing up an Ags afterwards. I don't think I've ever seen this one before, but it's really cool. False Promise gives you invisibility, but in addition grants 30% bonus spell damage and 0.25 reduced base attack time. On a Lina? Sounds pretty dirty.
Yeah, unfortunately Lina's in the other team.
Well, it still stands true.
But it is correct. That is crazy.
Well, then in this case, on the Omni Knight.
Yeah.
30% spell damage, pure.
I'm assuming that works on Hammer of Purity, but the BAT isn't as valuable for him as for other carries.
Yeah.
But it's really nice for the sniper.
Jokum. Have to use the Shadow Dance. Trying to get the pounce off. He's getting surrounded. Uses the Death Shroud as well. Glimmer Cape, not enough. They finally get the Slarky Malarkey.
I'm going to use it for anything, though, is the question. No Roche, no Tormentor, no Tower. Ends up just being a casual support kill that takes them 15 seconds. Not really that valuable, honestly.
I'm hoping this is a late game scenario. I want to see this Ags on Oracle.
Yeah,
very cool.
Well, if the first 27 minutes are anything to go by, let's hope the players don't faint. Getting to that late game.
Yep. Stay healthy, everybody. Well, we'll find out about the next rush here relatively shortly. And I feel like that is one that Talon are going to want to try to contest if they can. They have the Ravage, which we've seen. Has it been once or twice at this stage? Maybe twice.
Yeah, I guess.
Not a whole lot of team
I
fighting
lost
from
track,
Talon.
honestly. There's been so many good ones. Hard to keep count.
He's 23, has still kept himself towards the top of the charts, though, on the farm department.
It's going to go Shiva's next. I mean, they're playing a carry tide, but he effectively has an offlane build.
Yes, he does.
No real adjustment.
And well, part of it maybe is because they don't really have an offlaner this game.
Well, their offlaner also has an offlane build.
WS very poor, though, like you said. 4K net worth just between him and the next up.
Jokum will steal the wisdom. Nice little grab there. And now he's going to go for that nullifier, so he's going to go that over Yules. Break his smoke and see him, and he's getting out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Makoto to go along with the Boots of Travel, Hurricane Pike, Mjolnir. Looks like Lincoln sees 2K in. Try to contest the Roar. That's the one thing that can really destroy him. But having said that, we talked about the save potential with the Shadow Demon. And, well, the panel did bring up, and the Death Shot, obviously, but they did bring up the fact that Centaur could be one of those heroes as well, but at this rate, it's going to take a while. And he does finish the Crimson, though, for WS, which is probably the most valuable item he could buy the entire game. Now focusing on Pipe,
Dire are scanning.
which it's not that much magic damage. I feel like a lot of pure and physical, the little magical intertwined. Do you feel like the Pipe is necessary?
It's like against Beastmaster. He's going to get Shivas. He's got the Drums of Slom. But yeah, since Sniper didn't buy Maelstrom, I actually think it's significantly worse.
I don't know if I like this choice.
No, me neither.
You could start building the Ags if you want.
Yeah, Axe Lena would be nice.
Well, that is a Slark no longer. Talon were looking to go for Roshan, and now they're going to have to wait 40 seconds unless they want to expend the buyback here.
I think Bedboom will force them, perhaps. They could start it themselves.
Despite it being 15-4, net worth still real close. Gotta give Talon credit with that.
Haste on me.
But again, this could be a situation where Talon, I mean, they can't see the net worth. Do they feel like they're in this? Like, if it's this close? I don't know. WS on the high ground.
I think they probably don't feel like they're very far behind because their cores know their timings, right? They have a general concept of when they're meant to pick up these items, and they have high CS. You can obviously keep track of that. You're 30 minutes in, you have 2 cores with 350 CS each.
Smoke from Betboom. They're going to try to wrap around.
From the front.
Actually, they're going to go through the triangle the old-fashioned way. Jokum already with the Shadow Dance as 23 Savage getting in pretty deep, uses his shard onto one, and the Stampede has to be used in a defensive measure. Gonna pop the Crimson as well. Ravage finally comes out, the Roar expended as well, and it looks like Miero's gonna be the first to fall, but he gets False Promise applied to him immediately. As 23 Savage, super low on HP, will have to exit the premises. WS will barely survive, although GPK with the Assassinate looking to finish him up, and it's gonna cost him his own life. As Talon starting to clean up now. They get 3 kills off the back of that. That looked really bad for Talon, but now they will likely get Roche as well. GPK really wanted that kill on Centaur. But
like
maybe there was no way for him to exit anyway.
Part of the problem right now for Betboom is that they have so limited lockdown. They only have this Roar. They get it onto the Shadow Demon. He survives, though. And they kind of just get kited. Lose the Aegis here.
Looked like he was about to sneeze there, but
Yeah.
Opted against it.
I think Miro is a very calm guy. That was probably his version of a primal roar.
Yeah, true. Yeah, he's a good kid. Yeah. Can't say that about a lot of pro players, but
seems like a good dude.
Yeah, very healthy as well. Refused to eat snacks at Raleigh.
Yeah,
that we provided him.
That's not because of the snacks. It's the snack giver.
Yeah, maybe.
Didn't trust you.
Yep, understandable.
It's wise to be apprehensive about any interaction with you, for that matter.
Very true.
Time for Tormen, aka Tormen time. Good Yule. They can't kill it, can they?
Jokum! Jokum! Jokum! Oh my god!
They were so close to losing the Aegis, too.
But at what cost?
Mikoto with 100 HP.
All right, they get the cleanse on the Shadow Demon. It cost them 2 supports.
This is going to cost them a decent amount of map control. Betboom could just push out all the lanes and place aggressive vision with this, so... Always love seeing supports die to the Tormentor. It's really fun. Just, you know.
Okay.
That's great. I mean, if this...
I mean, he has ult here. Why would he not use Shadow Dance?
Or Depth Shroud.
I'm so... I'm so confused. You have ways to survive that. Okay.
Well, now you're cornered on the map. But you have Aegis. Still.
Yes.
Out of all the heroes that could have died, at least the core lived.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And the funny thing is, if they just committed earlier, maybe it's not as disastrous. Tormentor was healing a bit. GPK. Going to town on this tower. It is denied.
It's got some nice attack range, 1160.
Yep, not too shabby.
And that's actually without a neutral item giving range. If he would have had a vast version of the Shiv, he would have had even more.
He's going Silver Edge, so a way to break 23 Savage. And that can be pretty damn good in terms of just going all in on the Tide. Kraken Shell doesn't activate, no hard dispel. That is usually the most important spell for him in these engagements, just to get insurance that he can get his ult off. But and the Shadow Demon, of course, is mostly going to be looking to saving the Lina.
Yeah.
Depth Shroud as well. The Lina just the hardest right clicker on the side of Talon.
We didn't mention the changes to Take Aim, right? Sniper's actually been reworked a bit this patch.
Remind me?
So Take Aim used to give armor, and now it gives vision range when you activate it. So the interesting thing about this, the base ability Take Aim just gives you more range. You have 250 on level 4 instead of 200 before at all levels. But then...
the box. Trying to save Miero, but he doesn't need saving. He will roar TP, the Nightfall special.
The reason I bring up the vision range is that it's kind of interesting against Slark. So when you use Take Aim, you can see Slark at nighttime, I'm assuming. It's a lot of vision you get. You get another 1,250 vision in a 140-degree cone. Val seems to like these cones now. That's their new thing.
I like mine with an ice cream, though. Ooh, all right. The Repel TP.
Yep. Always going to last long enough unless SD is there. Or they, of course, get a bash, but who would buy that? All the heroes are laughing, having a good time. This game does indeed not really feel like PvP very much, so...
Yeah, very even, though.
Everybody's
This is all we could hope for,
holiday.
man.
Well, I could hope for more action, but...
There's been slower games than this. This is okay. Well, mainly because I know there's going to be a gigantic fight, and I like the hero compositions for both sides. They're interesting. I don't mind it. Yep, there we go. Get ready for that, apparently.
It's a little bit early to start thinking in terms of 90 minutes.
Yeah, next game, let's have that come up at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah.
Get everybody ready.
Yeah, when First Blood is claimed, just put up shortest game. Like...
That's really toxic. Although that would have been pretty accurate the other game we cast, where the First Blood was a complete
Oh, yeah, the
disaster.
3-for-1 fight and then lost all
Yeah,
the
that would have been
games,
fitting.
There you go. Your favorite neutral item is back. Outworld Staff by Kiritich.
What did he combine that with?
So what I will say about this, Jenny, so you talked about how you thought this item was undertuned and wasn't going to do enough.
Yeah.
And we still we're laughing about it because so many players pick it, so clearly they have a different view on it than you. But I have to say, in your defense, we've barely seen it do anything. And they keep taking this item, and I think there's been like a handful of the games where I've been like, yes, in this game it's really, really good. But there's been just as many where you just don't use it. Like the 0.7 seconds that you buy is specifically targeting really, like, okay, let's say you dodge a Laguna Blade with it, for example. That would be sick. Or you dodge a Centaur Stomp.
I mean, the way that I look at it, the main use, and again, I'm not saying I'm an expert, is for a support to kind of disjoint whatever initiation is upon them. Just give them a little extra time to be able to activate a skill, right?
Yep.
On a core, though, I feel like there's better options usually. I mean, we're looking at one right now on the Beastmaster. Like, the Pyrrhic Cloak is just absurd.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that Kiritich wasn't offered that. Pyrrhic Cloak seems like the choice for most cores right now. Got another Outworld Staff for the Slark.
Okay. Well,
now, Shadow Demon still has his Dormant. So this is 2 Curios being finally used. So Slark got the Dormant version of the Outworld Staff. Really worth saving 37 minutes to get that 0.2 second banish. And then Shadow Demon with the Monocle. Now this one is pretty good. You get more cast range. That is value.
Okay.
The upgraded Monocle, 30% more.
I mean, I think for any hero, the item, Slark actually makes the most sense, if you think about it, especially the support Slark, where you have this many annoying things you have to get through. But yeah 0.9 seconds. So he held on to that for 38 minutes for 0.2 extra seconds. It's tough to say.
The ironic thing about the upgraded version of this item is that that's not strictly better, necessarily.
Yeah, that's true. It's dependent. Yeah.
For most of the other items, it's just objectively just better. It's more of range, more of damage, you know? But this one...
Yeah.
And then someone's going to be like, yeah, but more damage can be worse if the enemy has Blade Mail. Shut up. That's...
Shut your mouth.
We're not thinking in those terms, okay? I know you were thinking it, chat. I know you guys. You're going to be like, okay, but can I misinterpret anything the casters say? Can I make them biased somehow? It fits my worldview. Okay, right over.
You can continue. We got to pause.
Yeah.
Tell us how you really feel.
I can't tell the game's paused. To me, there's no difference.
Oh, okay.
But it's good to see that it says it. Notice. Drawing some circles. This is our good friend Bob. Of course not. This is nothing against Bob from the band. That was just the first name that came to mind when I saw that ogre. Bob, I think you're a handsome young man. You're great at playing music. Very likable dude.
But this Bob,
all of
the ogre Bob,
all of the guys from the band are a great bunch, to be fair. And that ogre also looked like a good time, so I don't think Bob minds sharing a name with this ogre.
By all means.
But at this point, it's already canon.
Yeah, you can't unsay it.
No.
I mean, luckily for these creatures that we name, their names go with them to the grave, right? When a new one spawns, it's a new individual. It's not the same guy reincarnated. They
He's
just
still
happen to
called
look
Bob,
similar.
though. It's a long lineage of Bobs.
Oh,
it's
I
like
see.
it's like in the U.S. where you're called your dad's name Junior, which is super weird.
Wait, how's that weird?
It's just weird. You're another person. You're not mini dad.
So we're like Bob the Third, Bob the Fourth.
Yeah.
They do that in Europe. There's a long lineage of
You do
kings.
that for kings, specifically kings.
You're saying, so you're saying that's just for kings?
I think even
That's
that.
royalty?
To our advantage, tied to our advantage.
Because that's how Junior becomes. You're the second, you know?
No, you're just another person.
Okay.
Yeah. Never
It's just a
mind. This isn't
name.
worth-
Who
yeah,
cares?
Yeah, it's just a name, Sean.
Why do you always have the most uninteresting things to talk about?
That's right. Let's talk about shoe sizes instead. That's a lot more interesting.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of people were riveted by that conversation.
I was blown away by your ability to do improv with that.
So let's get an update on the records here. So Bet Boom in this group stage 2 are 4-1.
Yep.
Talon are 3-2. Bet Boom are second right now, and I would say they have a slight amount of separation that they can feel a little bit comfortable, but obviously not enough to ensure top 2 outright. Whereas Talon, they're kind of like in this middle ground. They're tied for third. Tough place to be. You got to win at least another match.
And the most important thing above all else is getting top 4, right? That's the biggest thing. Of course, the teams would be happy to start in the upper bracket, but it's way more important to get into that top 4. And if BetBoom were to win this series, I actually think they're secured. I think 5 wins will not even tie for 4th in this format with the current standings. The tiebreaker, if there is one for 4th place, will likely be 3 and 4 or 4 and 3. 5 and 2 is, it's not even mathematically possible anymore, I think. Unless, maybe if Paravision lose both their last series, then technically, but then that would be a tie for first instead. So,
which I don't think, you know, when it comes to the playoffs, that will matter, right? Because they play each other.
Yeah, when it comes to tiebreakers, there will be a tiebreaker match played for second.
We'll go back to that.
There'll be a tiebreaker for second and a tiebreaker for fourth.
Look at this sandal. That looks so uncomfortable. I mean, his feet look uncomfortable.
The moment I saw this foot, I thought about, we've talked about this game before. You've played Black and White, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's true. The graphics are so bad.
This really reminds me, the moment I saw this, I was thinking Citizen in Black and White.
Can you spank him?
Only your pet. You can't spank the Citizen.
That's too bad. You can kill them, though.
Yeah, you can teach your pet to eat villagers.
Yeah, I used to do that.
Yeah, the way you condition your pet in Black and White is actually awesome. It's literally just immediate feedback, and the pet learns the behavior that you teach it.
You spank him.
A friend of mine taught his pet to eat his own shit in that game. So every time it would eat his own shit, it would like start throwing up because it was disgusting, but then he would pet it. So it would learn to just walk around.
Just an endless cycle of eating shit, huh?
Yeah, it's...
Wow.
Honestly, we need that more in game design nowadays. We need that. Can you put that in Relic Arena by chance that you can...
It's already planned. Don't worry about it.
Is
you know me.
The upgrade to the toilet relic, of course. Oh, that looks unhealthy.
A 3-toed foot, huh?
Yeah, and the other one has 1 from this perspective. There's a 1 toe.
Yeah, there's some clipping going on here, I do believe.
Is that Bob again?
Oh, yeah.
Bob just keeps on giving, huh?
Jeez.
What do you call the thing he's wearing? Is that called a loincloth?
Yep, I believe so.
It's a loincloth.
Usually doesn't go too well on a deformed body like that, but leave that for another day. Guys, we're back in game.
Yay!
GPK got his concussive grenade to get around. And 45 seconds away from potentially Roshan, as now the Silver Edge comes to play.
Yeah. 21 minutes away from neutral item tier 5s as well.
Yep, we're almost there, guys. Hold true. Hold tight. Refresher for 23. Truly is the offlaner build here, but he gets it way faster than an offlaner normally would.
Well, Miero just got his.
Okay.
So pretty much at the exact same timing.
Yeah, he's pretty farmed. They're actually neck and neck. It's like almost identical builds here. That is so funny. Wait, what's the difference? The BKB for Miero, the treads. And that's it, right?
Is that it? Really?
It looks like it. The Vlads.
Yeah, the Vlads.
Well, it's the Vlads instead of, other than the boots, it's the Vlads instead of
BKB,
the BKB.
Yeah. Yep, riveting stuff. 23 Savage. Gonna fight 2 boars here. He's gonna win.
And we have a smoke, though, both sides. GPK takes the damage rune.
He's currently silver edged up.
He is. The edge is quite silver. They're going to get the primal roar onto the high ground. They go into disruption to save him. Makoto's actually fine. Laguna Blade now applied to Kiritish. He's the one in trouble. Demonic Purge applied. He's going to use the Mystic Staff. Whatever the hell that neutral item is called. Dies shortly after as GPK falls promised at the moment. Attempting to TP, but the Yules will cancel it.
Miero on Makoto.
The Shadow Demon save again. Miero really wants to find this Lina, but no. Double kill for Cuckoo of all heroes as GPK is next. 4 dead at the cost of nothing. Talon coming out on top massively. This might have a massive lead.
This might be game.
It could be. That's 3 cores without buyback.
They have a full minute, and Lina has Satanic, so she can heal to full on this upcoming wave. And just keep going in. I mean, these fights are genuinely just feels like they're decided by the saves, right? It's... You try to
they
go
just call GG. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That is it. Wow.
Okay.
The game. was not. It was one fight. We were kind of right. We were kind of right there. The Talon coming out on top. That was a very interesting game. This patch is so weird, isn't it?
Yeah, they tried to go on the Lina with the Roar plus Sniper, but a really fast reaction from Mikoto to pike himself away. Then he gets disrupted. Then they protect him afterwards with the Slark when Beastmaster tries a second time around. That really just feels like this game, I think Shadow Demon was just the MVP hero. Disruption saves plus the Purge against Omni Knight.
He was huge.
Made the fights really difficult for Kiritich. And perhaps there was something to be said about itemization here. Perhaps you have to plan for that. Like, if you're gonna get owned this hard by an SD, could you have bought something to solve that problem for the Omni? At least whatever they did this time did not work out. I don't know. This game was really weird to watch. I feel like nothing happened for 20 minutes, and then one fight just ended the game. Like, we were just running in circles. Fights weren't really breaking out. Nobody got a meaningful advantage. And this was a similar fashion to what happened in the previous series with the Aurora versus Yakult game, where in that game, though, there was an early big advantage for the Yakult, and then both teams kind of just farmed for 10 minutes, and then Yakult lost the fight and lost the game. So I hope we're going to see a little bit more dynamic than this, back and forth.
Well, technically, we are seeing quite a variety of different games.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
We're seeing like 10 different metas. Just every game is different. Yep. Like a box of M&Ms, Cinderin. You never know what color it's gonna be.
Yep, that's
right.
That's right. The classic saying from my favorite movie of all time, the 8 Mile with Eminem, of course.
Of course, that's a good one.
Yes.
Really enjoyed that one. But BetBoom, despite having the kill lead most of the game, if not all of the game, honestly, Talon, you come out on top in this game, number 1.
And that is right, you two. We had to have a doctor come in here because my heart rate beat was so high per minute. This game, it was so exciting to watch. They had to give me something to calm down a little bit. But jokes aside, yeah, there doesn't seem like much was happening. Both of these teams, they were kind of farming, but they couldn't find any openings. At this time, BetBoom, they were making relatively good moves using this super farmed Omni Knight at the time, and they couldn't take the fight. Inside of Flipster Talon, they didn't have much, and this is the big turnaround fight that was in favor of Flipster Talon. Disruption did buy them a little bit more time. Tidehunter, we saw him struggling at the start against this pure damage, but ever since they got enough farm, it was more than enough to have the sustain. BetBoom team, they also had a couple of these saving supports, but it was not enough. I think both of these teams kind of had similar drafts of what they wanted to do, and having this sniper dealing the damage, but he didn't have that much attack speed. And another flawless game coming up from Mikoto. His Lina is definitely a menace, and this was the first pick Lina, have that in mind. So coming into the second game, I want to see if BetBoom team is going to address it.
Those type of games, I feel like so much of Dota is about having experience in a situation and knowing like what I'm going to do with my items, my timings. And I'm thinking if I'm like this carry Omni going like Radiance Orchid, if I'm this Tide carry that's going offlane items, I'm like an offlane Beastmaster going carry items. I feel like nobody knew which way was up in that game, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was surprised it was that slow. It was such a slow game, right? Everybody got to do what they wanted, get all the items that they needed, you know. Normally it doesn't go like that. I think the
there's something about
funny, Lacoste?
There's something really funny about just that game as a whole. Nothing to do with anything you're saying.
One thing, okay, thank you for that. I needed that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm coming out of, you know, my shell today.
I
Match
really thought I'd be able to
found.
hold it together, but that game was just so entertaining. That
Yeah.
I'm like recalling that.
Laughable.
Yeah, it's a
entertaining.
laughable
Yeah.
game. I felt like I'm remembering the time where Tide died top and time where, you know, Omni Knight pushed Repel.
Right.
Just a lot of really funny
That was really funny to you, huh? Yeah.
You being so serious about how funny this is somehow funny to me.
Right. I'm gonna try to make my point now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Very serious.
Yeah. So the Tide Beast matchup, right?
Yeah.
I was a bit strong on that earlier.
Yeah.
And I still am. Because I think that the Beastmaster fed first blood. I think that matters a lot in this type of matchup. You saw the early waves, how low the tide was. Like, he kept getting bullied.
Yeah, he was like barely surviving for a while.
Yeah, I also think that if they managed to pull the lane back and kept the lane there, it would have been over for tide. And then I also think it's kind of weird to go Aghanims. I think that item's a bit dead. Maybe if you still go for the Dom, and then he has Omni come through the gate, they break the tower, they take, they break this tide, then suddenly it's a different game. Beast can take over the map, right? But instead, it's just a farm fest. Everyone's AFK. And Lina is free farming, Tide's free farming, everyone's just farming, right? I think that's really bad for Bedboom in this game.
Yeah.
Oracle wants to click his spells, right?
Yeah, it felt like they had a lot of people to enable Beastmaster to go in and maybe Sniper to hit, but they had no way to actually force Talon to do anything about
I think that has to come through the Beast, right?
That's what I'm. Because they don't have the summons build. I think. Yeah, man, this is just one of those drafts where so many things are new from this patch that I think a lot of this stuff, even Miero's like thinking this in hindsight, like maybe I needed to go to the Dom, like we wanted to push tier 2 top and we brought 5 heroes here and Talon just walked away and we don't have significant tower damage and Sniper has to hit it for 20, 30 seconds, right? Which just doesn't feel good compared to like a Beastmaster who can casually take it and pressure it. Maybe
I'll find them. I always find them. Player standing.
Terminated. Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
I'll find you. Last player standing.
Killjoy, control your bots. That turret keeps looking at me funny.
Out of charges.
Time to work.
Go inside. One enemy remaining.
Strikes down. Alarm bot out. Found them.
Okay, time for a protein shake.
We're gonna win. No other option. Let's go. Turret out.
Molly!
Where are you?
Launching smoke!
Bring them down. Reloading. Found one. Placing alarm bot. No more Sova. We'll catch them.
Dim beacon down.
Lights down. Placing swarm
One
grenade.
enemy remaining.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Damn right we crushed it. Ugh, even as I was saying it. When Jet says it, you know what? Forget it.
Anyone feeling generous? Teşekkürler. Thank you. Teşekkürler. Thank you.
Let's take what they have.
Spike down mid.
Enemy kill.
One enemy remaining. There. Ult is ready.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
Turret out.
Stay focused. Where are you?
Enemy spotted A. Your fault. Blocking sight.
Last player standing. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
My ult ready.
You can trust my bots. They only malfunctioned that one time, and honestly, she won't miss that finger.
They are mine.
Get out of my way!
Spike down, attacker spawn. So much for recon. Take hold. Last player standing. Ah be abi. One enemy remaining. That makes 3. Clutch. Whatever happens, sakin. Don't panic. Trembling is bad for your aim.
Time for a field test. Turret out. Turrets destroyed.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it? There, I'll get that spooky ghost boy. Placing sentry. Bring them down.
We found one.
Take hold.
Tip. Reloading. Last player standing. Spike down A.
Don't stress if I die. It was great knowing you all. Also, delete my hard drive. Here.
They're not better than me. Enemy spotted B. My ult's ready. Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Their teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
Here.
For you,
Placing sentry.
down
Enemy spotted
A.
Done.
Last player standing.
What's this? I got the spike. Be fat. No charges left.
Thirty seconds left. One enemy remaining.
3.
Last round before the switch.
Last round to use our creds and abilities. Don't waste your firepower.
Let's fly.
Turret out.
Nightmare, take them!
Nowhere to run!
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Setup is
switching
Game
sides.
will go late. I'm playing a tight carry. I can't take his tower. Like this type of thoughts.
go.
Yeah.
I can
got
have
things to do.
Yeah.
but because otherwise nothing is happening.
I think they're safe.
Axe off lane, win run of.
Placing sentry. Keep up.
Enemy B. İyi geceler.
Reloading. Enemy mid. I'll find
Enemy
you.
spotted mid.
Marked one.
Guys, you gotta hide that the other
Last
accident looked
player
as
standing.
good, but
So many first throws like summons for MKB for lane dominating carry with the Razor. What? How do you feel about
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't. Turret out.
Where are you?
Placing alarm bot. Here.
My opinion, with an area should
Mark 3.
if
Last player
Axe
standing.
easily run after him. I think it's a very cool pick. We also saw 23 play this earlier in this tournament.
Spike planted.
I like that.
it's gonna go for, because right now they don't have that many setups. They are removing some of these initiators, going for it. Tiny. I could also see, I mean, not the best one, but something like Ember Spirit could work out. You're picking it blindly. GPK.
Okay, you know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it. Placing sentry.
This is gonna be fun.
Alarm bot out. Turret destroyed.
Enemy spotted A.
Oh!
Is he a big Huskar player?
He is. I mean, he does pick it, but you're also
more mage layer.
Right. You're building into Pike.
Shaker.
Last player standing.
I like Shaker.
One enemy remaining.
The DK is
Spike down A.
You're gonna win the lane 60-40 or something, because Mikoto will play well, and then you're gonna die once, and you're gonna feel bad.
They'll go for voice spirit
Okay,
anyway.
wow.
I'll find you.
You guys don't like that?
Mark one. They're blind with fear. We'll catch them. Did I get inside your head?
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Need a drop.
Turret out. Quick peeks now. Headshot.
Enemy B.
Where are you? Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Match point.
Their tech is only as good as their skill. And there, we have some beat.
Their fears betrayed them. Enemy spotted A. My ult's ready.
The hunt begins.
Last player standing.
This matchup goes both
one
ways.
enemy
It's a very high
remaining.
skill match.
Counter to us in the lane because you have better attack animation, you have the shield, which makes it very difficult for Puck to... I'd say this is like 60-40 for Void Spirit. Not sure if much changed ever since we've seen the changes to Void Spirit, but after of it, it's
Spike planted.
You should run.
Clutch. Attackers win.
Panda.
Boom. Jazz Panda.
Quite the intro. Hell yeah. Pandas, man.
Pog Jam Pandas.
Boom versus Talon. Game 2. Talon takes game 1. Can they extend it to game 3? Or more so can Bet Boom, I suppose.
It takes 2 to tango, you know?
That's true. And the only hero I want to talk about should be very obvious to you, Cinder.
Oh, it's a 50-50. Is it Axe or Centaur? It's probably Axe.
It is Axe. Miero playing it on the position 3 for Bet Boom. And he actually went back and forth on facets, and I was really sad because right before the game started, he had the other one selected, but at the last moment, changes it to the call-out facet, which I have yet to see in a professional game. Every time you Berserker's call, you get more armor than you normally would on the Axe, and your enemies attack faster. 45 attack speed. That's close to a Hyperstone.
Yeah.
And against this lineup, it makes a lot of sense. 4 of them aren't really big right-clickers. And even the Razor, you got a static link to be that. So I think this is really cool. And of course, if the damage is actually hurting you at some point, you just get the Agnum Scepter.
Then with this, I mean, I love wrap my head. Miero has a very wide hero pool. And when they see them pick Axe, I was thinking, okay, it's because they're countering something specific or really trying to dissuade the enemy from picking a specific hero. But I don't know.
Well, maybe they did.
Perhaps, but what were they scared of exactly? Like, what is Axe historically good against? Is something like PA, Jugger, Faceless Void maybe?
That's Omi. He will fall. WS with the first blood, so good start here for Talon early on.
Nice and easy.
Kiritich playing the Terrorblade. That's the last time I'll mention him in the laning stage.
Yep. I do love your Terrorblade.
God almighty, man. Surely it's the most picked hero of the tournament. Surely.
That might be Ringmaster. Still. It's been a long tournament. I think Ringmaster has about 80 total games.
Disgusting. At least he's cool.
Yeah.
He gets a whoopee cushion. He's not like that. So how does this lane supposed to go? It's an Axe Windrunner versus AA Razor.
Generally, Razor doesn't mind the Axe matchup very much. The thing that can get scary is if the support partner for Axe can really take advantage of Battle Hunger, so you can just run the Razor down and he can't fight back. Don't really think Windranger is that hero. Once Razor gets boots and level 2 static link, he can really overpower the Axe. I would give advantage to Talon in this lane overall, but it's not one of Axe's nightmare matchups. This is definitely playable. You're going to see 23 Savage try to walk the dog a little bit here. The good news for Axe is even if you lose all your damage to Razor, you can still CS with counter Helix.
Yep, true. Kataomi in a bit of trouble again. Double Edge brings him to the grave. With double US with 2 kills already in this game. Can't ask for a better start on a Centaur.
How would you say his name fast?
Who?
WS.
Wiz.
That's very rude of you to call him Wiz.
Do we know what that stands for?
We suck. But not anymore.
Yeah,
Talon's good now. Well-spoken.
There's also a... It's not an apostrophe. What is that? It's not a tilde. Right?
What do you call these?
What's a single apostrophe called? I don't know. Like ChatGPT this real quick.
This is like a...
Is this time? Is it to investigate.
Accent aigu or something? Is that what it's called in English? Sounds English to me. I mean, half of English is French, let's be honest. Like, English has stolen words from the whole world. So, they've even stolen words from Danish. I've told you about this.
Which one?
Like egg. It's a Danish word. Egg is a Danish word.
Wait, it's just an apostrophe? That's it?
That's not right. That can't be right. I mean, this is one of those accents you can put above vowels in different languages, right?
Am I an idiot? How did I not know that? I feel like I know what an apostrophe is. Whatever. We'll move on. It's been a long tournament, guys. You know?
For that, you still didn't tell me what WS stands for.
Well, I thought you answered it yourself.
Okay, well then you do the next one. What does JHOCAM stand for?
Jokum.
Just headed over. You do the other half.
The battle for the Lotus. Gonna ignore everything you say.
Thank you.
Hoof stomp. Jokum makes his way over as well. They're actually gonna get this kill. WS with 3 now. My goodness. What is happening? And look at the creeps. The Terrorblade is missing so much experience. This is disastrous.
Yeah, this
still has the illusion, actually getting some gold.
You would not imagine that the Terrorblade Bane would get crushed like this.
It's insane.
Definitely not great.
A nightmare. All right. Kiritich. Surely they can get Jokum here. WS thinking about. He's fine.
He's got a cushion if he needs it.
Didn't even need it. Can save it for a rainy day.
Juking out Katsuomi.
If they ping him out, there it is. Man, that is pretty powerful too.
Yup.
That's like twice the distance of Horsey neutral.
I think it's about the same.
What?
Is it longer?
No way. That was not even close.
Isn't Wolfie Christian like 400?
Oh man, nice assassination from Save on a Cuckoo. The 22 Savage left alone for a little bit, but you can see both members of BetBoom on a sliver of HP. And we'll see if the AA Mr. Cuckoo can do once he gets back to lane. Yeah, your thoughts on the Razor this game then? Just in general. We've seen him play it before.
Yeah.
Plasma field clipping save. There's a static link onto Miero. He doesn't really care too much about that as long as he can spin to win. But the cold feet activates. Save gets the assassination again though. Nice power shot. Cuckoo gets the trade eventually.
I would think. So Razor against Terrorblade is an interesting one because generally speaking that should be heavily TV favorite down the stretch, but the Razor against Axe is one of the better matchups you can have as a Razor, specifically because you don't tend to just die and call. Maybe late game when you have all the attack speed and everything, but until that point I think it's okay. I'm not like blown away by any pick this game, to be honest. I think it's fine. But nothing too crazy. I think it's just a comfort thing that they had.
Nightmare under the tier 1 with the Aether Remnant. Ends up being a very easy kill. Jokum.
It's a big find.
He TP'd with basically no mana. BetBoom getting a couple of pretty big kills after a disastrous start in the bot lane. Despite that, the CS leader is still Kiritich.
Yep. Oh, Miero. This is going to be a long walk. Good slow, though, from Save. We'll get him out.
Katomi with another Nightmare. Jokum taking a walk. GPK, he's got the damage rune. Aether Remnant doesn't hit. Gonna get double whipped, actually. This feels like it's just inevitable. Resonant Pulse takes him out.
That's a funny voice line. I don't think I've heard that one before. When Ringmaster dies, everyone's a critic. That's a good death line. I like that one.
Radiant are scanning.
Miero cutting the waves here. And she calls as well.
They glyph it. Oh, that's mean.
Oh, yeah.
He's not going to finish the wave now.
And that can all be denied. Meanwhile, Coil, Makoto styling on Save, although the shackle does hit. Jokum and Cuckoo in the area. As Cuckoo gets credit for that. 7-minute wisdom, and Kataomi gonna get hoof stomp. Of course, has the Nightmare, but Jokum making his way over as well. But Kiritich certainly packs the punch right now. There's the Nightmare, and yeah, they're gonna be able to steal it.
Yep.
That's huge. We talk about this interaction all the time.
Finally happens.
Indeed. Kataomi, of course, will trade his life, but well worth it. And as Cuckoo, he's getting gone on by Kiritich. He's actually going to get this kill. The reflection gives the vision. One more right click suffice. So 1 for 1, but the wisdom shrines. That's a big benefit for BetBoom. 23 Savage gets gone on by Miero. My goodness.
Razor is not a good hero in 2v1s. Link stage is one of the harder heroes to play when you get left alone. They just run him down. Not any issue at all for them. Mikoto, ooh, close to the Nightmare again, Kataomi. Don't think they could have killed him, but they could have done massive damage. And in spite of this top matchup being pretty good for the Razor, he's basically tied with Axe.
Yeah, that's
Axe
true.
at level 6 first even. Nero
GPK will come out. Might be a trade of supports. And Stampede to try to help Kataomi, though, coming in. Save drops first. Gets the Nightmare onto the puck, but now Makoto can just turn on Kataomi. And GPK, looks like they're both just focusing on supports overall. The Bane will fall. Jokum, one more right click for GPK.
GPK is
He's
out
of mana, though. Doesn't look like they want to pursue any further.
This feels like it would be worth for 23 Savage to rotate over for, but instead they're just going to let him go.
GPK steals a couple bounty runes as well with that bottle, so not going to be too upset about that. And it will be the first item Ags for GPK.
Yeah, so he's going to skip Vessel.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it did anything. Now, here's the question for Makoto. You talked about the Witchblade into Yules.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's going to have to do that here.
Yeah.
There's going to be a timing where that double silence is up, though, before his Yules comes on.
True that. I think you're still... It feels bad to buy Yules first. If he continues at this trajectory, I think he'll be okay. I think the timing window with the Orchid is only going to be 2 or 3 minutes for GPK. But if he does find, let's say, 2 kills on Puck during that time frame, that would have been well worth it.
Three members of Bet Boom in the mid lane. Maybe they just want to poke at this tier 1. Meanwhile, WS is taking heavy damage. Will not fall. Of course, he is on a killing spree right now, so it would be worth a good chunk of gold. And for him, he's got the Vanguard, and Blade Mail looks to be next. Yep. Coil expended for the Bane. Will Nightmare himself. He's actually going to live here. As Dave gets a nice shackle onto 2, and GPK coming in. Doesn't get the full connection he was looking for as the Stampede now popped. 23 Savage with the static link. Do they have a stun? No. So GPK able to get out of dodge, so no casualties at all there. And what is 23 Savage's build here? Looks like Mjolnir, followed by the BKB, and likely SNY, or is it a Manta?
I think S and Y are against Axe and Bane. Feels like a really good pickup. Speaking of Axe, he went Vanguard instead of Blade Mail. So this will be much, much better for farming the jungle. Of course, you take so much less damage with the Vanguard. But you do pack quite a bit of a less of a punch when you call people without Blade Mail. It makes a really big difference. And it's particularly interesting when you take the call-out facet if you then don't go Blade Mail. So I'm assuming he'll take that after the dagger. Otherwise, it doesn't really make that much sense.
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, how many games do you see Axe not go Blade Mail at all?
It's extremely rare. This is the Blade Mail hero in Dota.
Indeed.
This guy and LC.
23 Savage, grip available. Gets off the plasma field, but he is super dead. That is a nice pickup for Bet Boom. Save gets it.
Yeah, I don't know if Save should have done that.
With the kill shot.
They could have dunked him instead. I think whenever you have a totally free kill, make sure Axe gets it. Just give him that extra armor.
He'll be a tier 1. Yeah.
He just tipped him. There was some communication there, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they're going to find a pick off on the Talon side, so Kataomi will drop. And they get the D ward pretty much instantly as well, so at least some benefit to 23 Savage dying, but not that much. 0 and 3 start for him. And he is bottom net worth of the cores.
Check on WS. He has Stampede.
He does. Blade Mail activated as well. And will up to use the Stampede save. Looking for the last second kill shot, power shot.
Oh, the
Puts
ward.
the ward down. Ooh, all right. He did hit it, but
that was very close. Wait, what's the kill threshold again with the max one? 11%? If he had level 4 power shot, that's a kill. That was super close. But not quite.
Centaur too beefy.
Yeah.
Now the Blink Dagger for Miero, so expect a lot of smoke action to come for BetBoom. Mentioned not having the Blade Mail, but I mean, with the +1s that they have, they should still have enough damage to kill just about everyone in a single call.
Here we go. Heading on over.
They scan out one area, heading to the triangles. Oh, it's a call onto 3 with an illusion to boot. Looking for the dunk. Won't find it, but they'll still get both kills. My goodness, that call. Tasty treat.
Yeah, perfect. The fact that 2 heroes are randomly just stacked there is just perfect for him with the illusion.
Yeah, that was.
I couldn't have asked for any more than that.
And they're going to try to deward this, but it's expiring. So.
He's going to steal the enemy ancient. He even stacked them first. So, yeah, this is a mega win. He's also going to take their hard camp. Oh, boy.
And the Ag's almost online for GPK. Everything aligning for BetBoom right now. And that was without the Blade Mail onto Miero, which not super far away.
Yep. Couple minutes, he'll have that too.
Why do you think we don't see this fast? I mean, we don't see Axe that often, but it's usually one-man army, I feel like, right?
Yeah.
I think this one is cool. Maybe it's against certain carries, you just get destroyed potentially, but then the Blade Mail is really good. I don't know.
I think this got buffed this patch, right? Am I remembering it wrong? I think callout got improved slightly.
I can look for you if you like.
It might have just been like +1 armor or something. I think it's pretty. It was a pretty insignificant. I just remember it. You scrolled up too far. There you go. Yeah, 1 more armor.
Okay.
For Berserker's Call, which is pretty random. It's kind of whenever Valve does certain patch changes, it's their way of saying, "Remember this exists." It feels like. It's not even necessarily.
The stats show this is good, noobs.
Yeah.
Idiots.
Take this. Try it. Miero says, "Okay, Gabe, I'll try it." His Blade Mail's almost complete now. 500 to go. We've talked a lot about the Axe. Well, this is happening in traditional fashion. Terrorblade is also in the game. He's hitting creeps. Back to you.
Yep. Love this hero. Really cool.
WS gets called.
Initiation from Miero. On to the Centaur. Kataomi does have Fiend's Grip. They have a lot of stuns where this comes from. They're going to use the Fiend's Grip, and Talon can't do much about it. They get the dunk finally, so Miero gets his first of the game. Wait, is that his first?
Yeah. Code of Blood has been changed. You get a stack for every kill you're a part of, and you get 3 if you get the last hit with ult.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, that's right.
So.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kataomi. It feels like every time they get a core kill, a support for BetBoom dies. So Talon just not able to get the good trades yet in this game, down 5K. And for the Razor, traditionally looked at as an anti-carry, but things have changed a bit in that department, not as one-dimensional, I suppose.
Yeah, he could definitely carry in his own right now.
How do you think he would fare in this game if it went late?
It really depends a lot on the, I want to say, whether they can get off a good box, because I think the problem that Razor has here is if he does get, when it gets late, if he gets called, when Axe is playing a late game build, he'll have 2 calls.
Oh.
If you call Razor twice, you're going to kill him. This grip, too.
Oh, use Waning Rep. There's the initiation and the insta-gib. The AA blast comes in, but they just got no follow-up. BetBoom on top of things. And now the opposing offlaner in WS gets his blink, but how much can they get out of it? This stage down 5K. They're going to need to make something happen before they start bleeding out like we've seen so many times in this tournament.
Armor. Just poking.
Yeah,
trying to
trying
force
to
a
bait.
rotation. Talon not going to fall for it. They just have Joken backing him up. So the Roche for the side of
Heritage shows
Bedlam.
up to take Aegis, as Terrorblades do.
Yeah. Really good to see Heritage contributing here. Very nice for him to get Aegis. Back to the jungle with you. See you again in 5 minutes. Riveting gameplay. Love Terrorblade, by the way.
Sounding like me. Yeah. Am I infecting you?
I'm just with you on this. Like, to be fair, I have never really been a fan of Terrorblade because of his design of having 2 ults. I've always found this hero to just be strange.
Yeah.
With like, you have this non-ulti spell that has the cooldown of an ultimate, and then you have an ultimate spell that has the cooldown of repel.
Yep.
So, on level 3,
Metamorphosis,
that
of course,
is.
did used to be the ultimate way back in the day in Dota 1.
very long ago.
They flip-flopped it a couple times.
Yeah.
He had Pugna Drain that was not channeling.
And he had it while he could run, Soul Drain. Those were the oh my god, that was so broken. I remember.
The problem with this hero is I was sick of it 2 years ago. I remember watching NA qualifiers for something. Every NA always finds a way to make Terrorblade a thing, so it's just a constant year-round special.
Yeah.
As the tier 1 in the bot lane, getting gone on.
Heritage will push top in the meantime. And this Terrorblade will push about as fast as 2 of the Dire heroes, so looking likely to get the top tower as a trade-off unless Talon are fancying themselves a defense, but given that they don't have, or rather given that there's an Aegis on the enemy team, probably unwilling to defend anything here, and that will indeed be the case. Heritage. Take it down. Time for Torment.
Torment
One
time.
team is on top of it.
Well, Betboom are aware of this. I think they did get some vision with the power shot. So they're going to attempt to go high ground. This is a fight for the Tormentor. Kiritich. Well, Wheel of Wonder coming in. A blast as well. Is this Terrorblade dead already? It's going to tick out. That is, of course, going to be the Aegis as GPK assassinates 23 Savage. That is a big kill, but WS taking out Miero in the meantime. Puts stop onto several heroes. The shackle onto the puck, though, into the silence. Makoto drops. And now the Centaur attempting to TP out, but WS gets canceled. And only one member remaining, but another shackle to his name. Triple kill for GPK as Betboom extend their lead.
During the downtime between game 1 and 2. But yeah, there's a nice, it's a nice kill onto the TP, and this is his meta form. The problem is you're dropping everything on the Aegis, so the other cores of Betboom get to do a ton of work, in particular GPK having a great fight here. Whenever the fights get concentrated around a small area like this, Resonant Pulse is insane as an ability.
True.
He got so much value, multiple hero silences, lots of barrier, lots of damage. 9,000 lead now for Betboom. Doesn't really feel like Talon are getting a good entry into their fights. Of course, a big problem for them, their lack of... It's kind of like if they get gripped or called, what do they have? Except they have one box to save them. Yeah. No BKBs, no Yules, no Force Staffs to reposition either when they do get found, so... It feels like the way the fights break down, they get one chance to get all their stuff off, and if that fails, then they're kind of out of luck.
Yes, back to the feet.
Yes.
Everyone's favorite. Those are fucked.
Yeah.
Those are really bad feet.
Yeah, some bad feet.
Really bad. Betboom.
Speaking of feet.
Trying to extend, yeah.
Oh, you just said Betboom. I thought it was an interesting transition.
Betboom. I forgot what I was going to say now.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Trying to extend this to a game 3. It's looking pretty good.
It's looking very good.
Looking quite likely.
All right, no Windows update confirmed here for Katomi. Yeah, you're right. 77 minutes away from record. Believe Betboom can get it done before then, but...
I don't know. The last series we cast in there, I don't think we can predict as well as we had hoped.
But you know what's different between those games and this one? Terrorblade is in the lead, Shannon, and this hero, when in the lead, He can finish games.
Can you imagine a universe
without Terrorblade?
Where Terrorblade... You took my joke.
I could.
Or he's gone for a month. Just imagine what life would be like to not have to see this guy in every game.
It would
Dire's middle tower is under
less
attack.
Terrorbladey than this universe.
Easy breezy.
Well, after the fight, after the pause...
Harmon time!
The Arrow and Company ready to get a shard. Could it be Gale Force or Brain Sap?
Oh, this Ice Blast almost killing Kataomi. If that would have clipped him, he would have died. Gale Force it is. Very nice against Razor. His hero's all about movement. If you manage to push him away or pull him in when he's trying to reset, especially before he gets his BKB, 23 Savage, way behind par in this one.
Yeah. Has not had much of an impact on this game, unfortunately, for Talent.
The thing about the gold distribution this game compared to others, when we've talked about games where a team is behind in the mid game and they somehow come back, generally it's because there's some sort of timing or hero to play around. Like, let's say you're losing, but you have a really farm position 1 Gyro, Tiny, Terrorblade, whatever it is, and they get a good fight, they can carry you. In this case, all the cores on one team are ahead of all the cores on the other team. The supports are far ahead, especially Fave is absolutely obliterating his opposition. He has the same net worth as the 2 enemy heroes combined, and almost the same as the Centaur now because of that Gale Force. So,
yeah, and it's not like you have something to fall back on like Kiyotaka being on the other team.
No.
GPK has actually upgraded. I have to say, I've been really impressed with him. Even when he's not playing well, it's not like a disaster, you know? He's definitely grown quite a bit in the last year or two. So I guess Kiritich is the new GPK.
That makes no sense. Kiritich has been nothing but stable.
Sorry, I meant Kiyotaka. That's the K names, you know, they get confusing. Cuckoo and whatnot.
Kuroki.
Kataomi.
Kuroki is the new GPK. Going through the gate. On Cuckoo, you got a ward down, trying to get some sort of information on the map. Of course, when you're far behind like this, you just kind of need any little bit of information that could somehow guide you to either winning a fight or avoiding a disaster. And the wards around the gate will generally be quite decent for that. This one, however, will probably get dewarded. Nope, never mind. They didn't see it. Well placed. Oh, they're sending out a courier. They know. And Katsuomu will get rid of it.
So for Talent, what's the play here? They have ways to initiate. Oh boy, I'm just gonna try to think of something for them. The Stampede, GPK, be able to kill off 23 Savage by himself. The box is gonna keep him alive for the time being. Trying to get to the high ground. The Astral Step is enough. GPK, but okay, they get the counter initiation. They actually kill him off, so 1 for 1. That should favor Talon, you would think, considering they're behind here. They do lose the support on the way, though. Of course, the problem with 23 Savage dying is he doesn't really get any XP for that either.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Not sure how much high ground damage Betboom can do here, but it does feel like they want to try at least. Puck has the coil already. You have buyback. You really don't want to buy back Razor. No. They'll do anything they can to not have to do that. And even with a Crimson Guard, you could just pop that on the tower if things get spicy. So Betboom will not really get much more out of that than just the 2 kills for 1, but that's not too bad. Once again, considering the amount of map control they have, they can just keep out farming inside of Talon. Retain control of this 60 to 70% of the map, probably. You look at the aggressive vision on the right-hand side in particular of the map. This is like an area that the Dire will often go to try to recover when things are looking bad, but might get scouted out around that side.
And for 23 Savage, you talked about the BKB. I believe it is on the way, and
it's late.
Of course. But I feel like they have to try to do something now.
Yeah. Oh,
nice dodge. Makoto.
Perfectly played in that situation. We'll get out.
Oh, but he's going to get called right after the fact.
Easiest curse of my life.
And he's dead. That is an unfortunate start to the fight for Talon. BKB activated, though, as GPK Going to town on several heroes. Crimson Guard keeping them relatively healthy as 23 Savage, the BKB, will finally come to an end, and so will his life. So a 2-for-1 special, although WS actually takes out Miero. That's a pretty big kill. Gonna get Joe Camp. And meanwhile, the Shackle onto WS. He's very tanky, but will eventually be surrounded. GPK with a bit of an overshoot will cancel. It's only a matter of time now before the Centaur hits the grave. So 4 for 2. And that's, if Puck doesn't get picked off right away, that could have been a pretty good fight for Talon.
Yeah. Seems to be the way a lot of fights starts, if not all of them. It's always BetBoom making the first move. That's the problem that you have on Talon this game, is that you are not the one finding a Centaur Stomp or Razor gets a full drain and then you build a fight around it. You're always starting on the back foot and trying to claw yourself back, but like pretty much every single fight I started with a dead core on Talon. It's just gonna be difficult to turn that around. They're doing their best, but this amount of disadvantage is hard to overcome. Cuckoo will find trouble. Trouble will be scared of him, though.
Indeed.
I think a player should choose the nickname Trouble.
That's true. We've had some... What were some other names that are hilarious to say?
PP.
Yeah. PP. Got the Juice is a really good one.
Yeah.
There was... Oh, man, there was a Han player. What was his name? It had to do with...
Oh,
he played Dota as well.
Yeah. My Nuts.
Yes, My Nuts.
Yes.
My Nuts gets destroyed.
Yeah.
That's a good line.
My Nuts drop to the deck.
I've probably said that one. I've definitely said that at some point.
Sounds like something you would say.
Even outside of Dota.
Yeah, classic dinner conversation with you.
BetBoom with a 14K massive advantage, and Roche is certainly next on their to-do list. Should be up relatively soon, within the next minute. They're going to go for another pick first.
Yeah, not really going to find anything here. Talon have evacuated the area. They're sending Centaur bottom to push out the wave with a little bit of protection from Jokam. The other heroes are just hidden away in base. So even though the smoke doesn't find anything, at the very least for BetBoom, they clear out the perimeter, and by simple process of elimination, they will know where Talon have to be now. And they, in addition to having a ward, they would have probably gone here anyway, to be fair. It's like, where else would they be? But now 23, it could be a clean jump on him if he finishes the camp. There it is.
Yeah, it's the call with the blade mail and choppity chop
no
for
buyback.
Miero. And that'll open it up for BetBoom.
No waves, though. I guess mid is on the way. True, Roche could be... They could grab that if they wanted to.
Feels like they could just get that any time, though.
Yeah. They want more.
Heading to the north to try to get Makoto. You see a bit elusive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Save, Glimmer. Looking for a shackle opportunity. Power shot, Gale Force. Makoto will get the illusory orb off, though.
That was close. He disjointed a melee shackle.
Roche was getting attacked. As Miero will find a support target. WS, though, with the hoof stomp to follow. Still should be a chop to calm Miero's BKB. Oh, you can see a nice shackle, though, onto the puck. Makoto dead again. Stun locked. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that he has to try to get away with, but does not work out as Cuckoo goes down to Kiritich. And 23 Savage doing quite a bit, but the Thunder available onto his teammate. And 23 Savage actually coming out on top here with the help of WS. Takes out Miero. There's the Nightmare into the Astral Step, and eventually 23 Savage goes back to Fountain. And of course, we've seen this story before. The horse meat's on the menu for BetBoom.
Save needs to not kill himself here. He's hesitating to shoot.
Okay, we'll drop him.
He'll power shoot, though, in the end. Full cleanup. Time to go high. Heritage with the Demon Zeal. He obviously doesn't have too much health to work with here. When AA respawns, he needs to be careful.
Yeah.
Never mind, he sunders a teammate. Kataomi has to be careful.
Yep, very careful.
There's the meta.
Meta's popped, so this will be a full lane in all likelihood. They have buyback on the Centaur, but not for 23 Savage. It's 20 seconds away. So Melee taken out. Makoto gonna get some help. Oh, nice whip into the Wheel of Wonder onto 3 heroes. That is so much damage, but the Nightmare to save extra damage onto the TB. Well timed from Kataomi, and they'll get away with everyone's lives. That was a really good setup for Talon. Just a little bit too far behind right now.
If they had a 4th hero, they could have killed 3 there. But of course, BetBoom were unlikely to give them the opportunity in that case. Seeing that really beautiful setup.
A little glimmer there for Talon, just can't capitalize. BetBoom can go into the Roche Pit at any point. And surely Talon, if they know what's happening, will have to try to contest. It's just going to be difficult. Coil's up in 20. Wheel of Wonder as well. But this looks to be a freebie for BetBoom. Roche belches for Alta here. Imagine a global belch in real life. Pretty powerful.
Yeah, of course, Unagi did his best to get there, but he only managed to reach a full shopping mall, which was still impressive. If you haven't watched that video, that is Sunspan's second most favorite video of all time, of course, after Half Horse, Half Man.
That's right.
#1.
That's right.
Yeah, look up Unagi. How is it you spell it? Is it Y-U-N-A-G-I, I think?
Yep, something like that.
The world's best belcher.
That's correct, Cinder.
Your world is... Yeah, you just have a different worldview to most.
Talon smoked up, ready to initiate, but the Gale Force gonna dissuade them. Kiritich, the pit, he gets the Aegis, he gets the goodies. Talon, are they gonna back away or force a fight?
He'll be forced upon them. Nice catch.
Jumps in, gets the silence onto several heroes. The Wheel of Wonder is applied to him, though he's in a lot of trouble. He gets forced back to the high ground. He's gonna go down. 80 seconds on the deck. So GPK as Miro jumping in, but the box gonna save the called target, which was 23 Savage. Now he's gonna get the static link and try to apply as much pressure as possible. They get the Stampede. They cannot make up their mind whether they want to fight or not. The buyback comes out from GPK as Cuckoo sundered by Kiritich. And now Jokum get focus fire by the support. Barely survives for now, but feels like it's only a matter of time before they kill him off. It's gonna be a reflection, although save. That gets the last hit there.
Yeah, that initiation from GPK looked juicy, but his teammates were kind of far away, and he didn't pop his BKB, so he just got counterplayed. A little bit of a weird situation, but the end result still good enough for the side of BetBoom. They retain their Aegis for a long while still. Second lane up for grabs here, and yeah, Terrorblade with Demon Zeal will finish this off. No problem.
That is 2 lanes.
Yep. They can now think about top if they want with their remaining Aegis time. Strategically, it might be a better choice to back off for 1 wave and get meta again, but doesn't seem to be any problem for Kiritich here.
Yep, well, Manta off the cold feast. Pretty low, and this is life #1 potentially. Gets to the other side. The coil expended. He gets Nightmare. Is he actually going to survive this? No. Finally goes down. That's 1 life. We'll come back with the Aegis.
Buy, though.
Yeah, 23 Savage, the big kill here. So now it's a 5 versus 4 in favor of BetBoom.
Yeah, just wait for the mid-wave to connect and you go in with meta here. 20 seconds. Could even just start poking a little bit with conjured images.
Miro looking for a blink target. As they tick away at the range racks, that's going to be a freebie. And it looks like even Megas are going to be the freebie. Cuckoo initiated on by Miro, only able to catch 1, but yeah, they got the nullifier, so the box not going to do too much. Mega creeps for BetBoom in this game too, as GG's come out. Well, BetBoom all over Talon.
Match found. Choose your agent.
Relax. I've already thought of everything.
Hola, mi reina. Make way for the queen.
Need a drop. Thank you. Enemy spotted B. Reloading. Reloading.
Turret out.
Shadows traveling.
Blow him up, Mush. Up you go. Last player standing. Spike down, C.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Need a drop.
Loading.
Placing sentry.
Saw you, Mush. Reloading. He has targets. Nice one, Dizzy. Enemy A. Reloading.
Blocking sight.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Gecko, I'll protect Wingman with my life. No one will harm our little hero.
Dream big, make it happen.
Enemy spotted. Placing sentry.
Cover going out.
Reloading. Placing alarm bot. Hold my bot. Reloading.
Go see, go see.
Reloading.
Impeccable kill.
On Ceylon.
Shadows.
One enemy remaining.
Go B.
Plant the spike, Wings. Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
Flawless.
They couldn't kill us. Now they're dead.
Turret out.
Enemy spotted A.
Finished.
Cover going out.
Spike dropped.
I have.
My ult's ready.
Go away.
Last player standing.
Blinding. Blind.
One enemy remaining.
Shadows traveling.
30 seconds left.
Maybe you fry.
Sorry. Inside joke.
Reloading.
Turret out. What's this?
Shadows traveling.
Adapt or die!
Your fault.
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
Last player standing.
It's you and me.
Spike drop.
city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly. Reload.
We can't keep doing the same things. Placing sentry.
He's dead.
Spike down, C.
Grounded.
Last player standing.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
I will take back what is mine. I will be their nightmare.
Still in sight.
Placing sentry. Turret down.
Dizzy's down.
That's done.
Spike down, mid.
Gotcha, fun. What out?
My turn.
Our spike carrier is dead.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
I need this.
Need a drop. Thank you.
See you on the other side.
Get out of my way! Turret. Turret's destroyed. Placing alarm bot.
Cover going out.
It's all you, little homie!
Adapt or die!
Last player standing. Spike down A.
I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive. Placing sentry. Enemy killed. Blocking sight.
Reloading! Wingman's planting.
Three. Watch this!
Initiated! Alarm bot out! Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Last player
Swarm
standing.
grenade out. Found them.
One enemy remaining.
Caught one.
Go, kill him,
Swarm grenade out.
Gara.
Gara.
My genius doesn't stop in the lab. All right, I take back what I said about those bots. They're pretty good.
And so are you.
Gun. Compe. My gun. My gun.
Embarrass them. There.
Reloading.
I have the spike down mid. Oh.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
I have the spike.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give them to me.
Placing sentry.
Let's go!
Shadows traveling.
One down.
Cover going
Wingman's
out.
gonna plant spike.
Enemy spotted.
Up and away.
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
Spike planted. Thanks,
Placing
Wings.
swarm grenade.
B. One Gara.
One enemy
Powers
remaining.
out.
You had your fun. One enemy remaining.
Swarm grenade out.
Last player standing.
What the fuck?
Last round in the half.
We lose everything after this.
Spend it.
Here.
Let's see how it goes.
Somebody's there. There.
It's you and me.
Enemy down. Oh.
Plant the spike, Wings.
Careful shot.
Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
Enemy spotted A.
Heaven.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
One enemy remaining. Switching sides.
They think they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend
sentry.
B. Pizza.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
As well, which does allow you to like what Conke.
I'll make them remember. You're only human. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
We can come back from this. Enemy spotted mid.
Spike planted.
Sentry. Recalling my bot.
Headshot.
Blocking sight.
Last player standing.
Pero like, why can't we just hug it out? Pinche radio night.
Out of charges. Turret out.
Did lag before? Is it?
Here. We win. We survive.
Cover going out.
Don't resist. Yikes. Here.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Flawless.
Flawless. What did they expect?
If they mess with one of us, they mess with all of us.
Placing sentry. Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Shadows traveling.
Here. You disappoint me.
Gotta in.
Spike planted.
My ult's ready.
Got one. My ultimate is ready.
Last player standing.
Finished.
One enemy remaining.
Don't interrupt my work. This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here. Placing sentry.
It's you and me.
Adapt or die! Spike down, C.
Window low.
Blocking sight.
30 seconds left.
Initiated.
Spike planted.
Oh!
Stealing sight.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. No charges left.
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask.
Keep up. Here. Stay down.
Oh!
Shadows traveling.
This, I would say, Radiance.
Let's like cold draft.
Low.
Not a hero. We see people.
Because Fate, Razor, little
Thing in the game that makes Conquer. I think all different methods to scale into the late game, and then of course.
Here. Here.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Oh man, guy. Oh man, guy.
Of course, if you get out for the.
Look for my shadows. They will
Unless
hunt you.
Turret out.
Let's mess him up.
Placing alarm bot.
Spike down, C.
Spike's in attacker spawn. Dizzy has targets.
player standing.
Monkey King Snow.
That's even
Insane.
That can like, let's pick prepped. And
Cast their spell. I think it's not bad. Like him.
Ooh, first
against
like him.
Contra.
even more physical damage.
Spike
I was
planted.
never a big fan when like two of your cores have the same type of damage. This is not like mixed type of a damage. This is straight up physical damage. Coming. If you're
Okay, so
Has a lot to talk about.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Target out.
Embarrass them.
Placing alarm bot.
Bye.
Man đi ơi. In đây.
One enemy remaining.
What's up?
Dizzy's up top! It's all you, little homie! That's as far as she goes. There's my buddy.
Ace.
You want more?
Wow, so embarrassing. Wind, show me where to go.
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out. Quick peeks now.
Here.
Recalling my
Get
bot.
out of my way!
Can't use that yet. Hurry down. Oh.
Still in sight.
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
Turret out. Out of charges. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Fun.
They will cower. I need to suffer.
Here.
Echo low. 1 HB.
Spike down A.
See ya.
One
Found them.
enemy remaining.
My baby. Ah, turret down.
Let me. Don't go. Let me.
Swarm grenade.
Match point.
Yo, we are so close.
sentry. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
For you, hermanita. Enemy spotted A.
It's you and me.
I in. Go away, guys.
Adapt or die! Coming back. Bot coming back.
Spike down A.
Under.
One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
Okay, everyone, take a test tube. Thank you. Let's collect samples and get out of here.
About tons of physics again for the off lane. Just really interesting drafts from both sides.
I was theorizing we might see Lycan to seen Helm of the Overlord, Megalo, kind of a 20 okay lane. I think BetBoom's drafting style in this game is actually to counter Slark out of everything, which this is an interesting idea to solve the problem that Jokum proposes. Matter if it's more when the game devolves into this play the map, everybody just be looking to win really, really fast with a couple of auras. I think Crim Lads as well in your lane for BetBoom should be the worst lane of this tournament.
That's saying something.
This lane is awful, okay? And the long-term prospects against this level of opposition, if they can get away with it,
well, that's a start.
They could win later.
Curry kill on with the stick. And for the Lycan is them to become familiar. Root and active ability, real pushing menace at that point.
And they're also the thing we saw the Alpha Wolves do when Lycan was a bit more popular a couple months back was go Alpha Wolves and then run at supports. This lane, what you want to do when you're playing against this, when you're playing such a weak lane, you want to of preventing that. At the very least for Talon, they do manage to do a hard camp pull, but BetBoom stabilize here, bringing the waves together. And as
only 9 last hits so far for the Lycan, but you can look at the other lane. 23 Savage has less. He has 9 right now, so quite far behind. It's Jokum trying to get this Lotus. He will get it, and now the Pounce connects onto the Kunkka as WS. If they can get this kill, Cinder, and my goodness, he has to pop the Fairy Fighter to survive. Kataomi gets away with just a sliver of HP as well.
Win as trading with him 1 versus 1, gaining a lot of stacks. You can get overwhelmed. That got scary just because they wanted the Lotus, but they didn't get the kill. So the dust settles here. Or does it?
Well, pops the Howl. Yep, Torrent's going to slow down this push, but you get the Pounce from afar. Jokum is going to set up first blood onto WS against the worst lane of the tournament, according to Cinderin.
I mean, I'll tell you this much. BetBoom are disappointed. This should not be happening, and I will stand by that.
The worst lane of the tournament.
It's like
the worst lane of the tournament.
You know what's
powerful?
I know
that you have.
my curses can be strong. They found a kill, level 3. Like, that's just not. And it's a snowball effect, right? From the fight at the Lotus Pool that was unnecessary to take. For the Kunkka, they lost so many resources. It was such an unfavorable trade that before they had additional resources coming in to even make that. But a little bit sometimes get out of position.
Arrow, pops the Lotus to survive. As a pause comes out, GPK needs to change because me kid. 23 seconds suffering along with. And the question for me is how fast
Dom, which would be an obvious choice against this support duo. You're playing against Pugna Bane. You love having more units. They can't kill them off at all. The only hero really cleaving in this game is the Kunkka. Nobody else will kill off your Swarm and on the Lycan. But man, what a dream start. I say that as it's 1-0, but honestly,
what a dream.
This was a lane you were not expected to do well into again. Miro will probably get 23 Savage here with a little bit of help. Maybe not. The Wolves.
Blood Grenade applied to 23. He's getting chased by the Eidolons. He's going to survive as Miero Gonna get shackled, but there's not gonna be any follow-up. Miero, he's gonna die to these wolves. It's gonna be close. They do kill them off in time. Pops the salve as well. Makoto, though, the bigger kill. The one lane we haven't discussed.
I mean, they've up. Joachim just doesn't get up solo.
Well, I wanted to mention another surprise. You mentioned the armlet for WS. Is going to hold that thought. As going to get the ethereal off. Makoto, though, will come in to finish the job. Save dead next. Nice excellent rotation. Yeah. Talon. Get the better of the 4v2, and now the 7-minute wisdom as well.
I mean, this is just flawless from them.
They're going to get both. What a start for Talon.
This is more, at this point, it's more.
Solo kill we missed, and it was quite standard.
4-1. This point is more than you could have hoped for. This is actually just one of those dream starts. 4-1, both wisdoms.
Here's the solo kill we missed, and it was quite standard.
Yeah, just the rune.
Only didn't have Nightmare?
I guess just start to this game and committed to the early game pressure. If the lanes go poorly, it can be hard to put that pressure.
At this time, not able to find what they came again.
You can go on the, especially carry Lycan when that is in fashion.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. This is a hero that doesn't have to use any spells during the fight, right? You pop all your stuff and then you go in.
Yeah,
so
true.
You know, it doesn't matter that you're silenced.
Exorcism by GPK. Makoto, of course, without his ult. Cuckoo makes his way over, level 5, though. As now we start to see BetBoom's lineup being put to good use. Got the Nether Blasts with the Exorcism. This is a dead tower at the 8.5-minute mark.
Yep.
The Mask of Madness reminds me, I mean, have pros actually been doing this? Mask of Madness, like Deathlo. As 23 Savage can take another blast to the face. Decrepify as well. Miero in
comment on
23 Savage working on.
Yeah. Doing.
Yeah, but Lacoste said it in the panel. This is a very one-dimensional lineup for Talon, especially when it comes to the damage department. All physical. So you mentioned the Crimson. I'm sure we're going to be seeing the Shivas as well as. That's a dead Bane Elemental. Will Nightmare himself, but won't do much here.
Oh, nice little regen rune for Joe.
An Assault Cuirass for Kunkka at some point.
I mean, you buy every.
Probably go for all of them.
Early.
We see it on Kunkka. Pretty.
Have to have that. Why do you buy that on BetBoom?
Oh, Makoto was hiding. Kataomi dies to the soul.
Buy that on. I would definitely expect every armor item. I think even Vlad's is worth it. The question is who's going to buy that on BetBoom?
Oh, Makoto was hiding. Kataomi dies to the pretty decent against the monk. Didn't matter.
Yeah, that's where you can walk him out now.
GPK. Oh my goodness, he stuck around knowing that Makoto was in the area. He gets deleted. WS actually gets it with the Wolves and now a tier 1 tower. So talking about the push from BetBoom, don't forget that Talon also have some push of their own.
This, with all the expectations we went into this game with, this is such a great position to be in for Talon, because this is the part of the game where things are meant to get the scariest, is the upcoming 10 minutes. So if you win the laning stage, you're setting the tempo and controlling the map. I have so much faith in this Dire lineup being able to win this game. You're going to activate Joachim, you're going to avoid the Death Ball, and set the terms for this mid game. And talked about the Lycan versus Death Prophet matchup. They did that on the panel. If you build Lycan like this with heavy right click, you're going to need a lot of armor. Yeah. On your heroes to survive this onslaught. The good news is you have Enigma and Black Hole against multiple up close and personal heroes, Monkey King, Lycan, and Razor, a lot of the time will, if they want to go on the same target, they're naturally going to stack. So I think that's going to be a bit of a challenge for Talon, is to play the angles. But Lycan, of course, loves to do that. He can flank. But yeah, so far so good, for sure, for the side of the Dire.
GPK spotted out. Jokum just walking by.
Oh, Kataomi eaten alive by the wolves.
Kataomi has Nightmare still for himself, and Brain Sap as well. Makoto looking for an assassination.
Yeah, if that was level 6 wolves, he might have died.
Yeah, level's 5 right now.
They can still deal with them for now, but when they get Hightail, it gets a lot worse.
Wukongs?
He has Arcane Rune, so this is not as big of a commitment, but no backup. He might just choose to steal some creeps here, perhaps. We'll see. Nope. Waiting for the wolves.
Yeah. Oh my god. That is insane. And now GPK in a lot of trouble. Already at half HP. A couple more right clicks will be enough. Makoto has to get a little bit of distance here. Cuckoo makes his way over as well. Traps GPK inside the Serpent Wars, but at the very least, you force out an Exo. You force out all this rotation from BetBoom.
Huge win. Makoto did all of this by himself almost. Just as Shaman Wards was needed. And now they're back
not
in.
Done yet. Still has that Wukong's command. Gonna get the silence off for GPK, so this won't turn into anything for Talon, it seems. Decrepify, you're already seeing how powerful it is against the lineup of Talon, which, again, is why we bring up the Nullifier and how important the item will be going forward. So Armlet, Mask of Madness for the Lycan, Mr. WS.
I think he's going Nullifier next. I'd love to see that. They're creating so much space on the map, too. Like, yeah, BetBoom cut their losses there, but in the meantime, the Razor and Lycan were both completely free farming for a minute. Kind of accomplished that in the 3v5.
Oh, Nightmare.
No reaction from Joachim. Can get gripped here.
He can.
Will get gripped here. Do they have a silence?
Makoto though to cancel. Gets the Boundless onto 2, and Joachim's fine. So another wasted rotation for GPK.
Dude, this space is so good from Talon. This is top shelf stuff.
And Makoto on a tree with Shield Rune. As the Wolves continue, I mean, Slark and Wolves. Like, how much vision do you get this game? It is ridiculous. As the Pugnet cleaned up easily, and now WS just going to town on the tier 1. Things looking quite good for Talon in this very unusual lineup.
Instantly gonna smoke to top here. It feels really good for Shadow Shaman to play with Lycan Wolves. It gives you kill potential that you don't usually have. Because you have a lot of lockdown, and the Wolves do so much damage to the supports that not only can the Wolves scout out so you can get the Hex surprise, but they can actually contribute to the kill. Miero, speaking of.
Yep, he gets hexed. He gets Serpent Warded, and Makoto, well, nice Decrepify to save him for now. Of course, he's looking for the Black Hole, but the Boundless Strike finds him. Gets stun locked in the end. As the Wolves onto Kataomi. The Butler helping out.
And lest we forget, this singular game is actually massively important. Currently in the group stage, BetBoom are 4-1 and Talon are 3-2. So if Talon were to win this game, they would be tied for second.
Yep.
Paravision, of course, in first place with 5-0. They're likely to stay there. They just need to win one more series. If BetBoom lose this game, then a singular series win will be a guaranteed first place for Pari. No tiebreaker needed for them to stay in upper.
Man.
And as this looks now, this gets, I don't know, this gets really, really hard to play for Radiant already. The map control, Slark, Wolves.
I do have a question. Obviously, it's working out quite well here. This build for the Lycan, Mask of Madness, Armlet, like basically playing at position 1 with the Alpha Wolves, though. Like typically, like you're losing a level of Howl and Feral Impulse at the cost, right?
It's a bit unusual. But
it's working so far.
If you're ahead by this much, I think the logic that he might be going for is he wants to pose so much of a threat himself that it's going to relieve pressure from the other two cores. If he goes more of a utility route, then potentially you run into the issue of, well, if Razor gets gripped, can we actually win the fight? Or if they manage to isolate the Monkey King early and kill him.
Well, enough space has been given from Talon's moves here that 23 Savage is now second in net worth overall. The Hex initiation on a Miero. He's getting healed up, though, and it's going to be able to get the Black Hole onto the Monkey King. Do they have the follow-up damage? Do they get the Centaur Stomp? And yes, they do. Meanwhile, other side, Bane is lost.
That's massive from Save, though. Getting that protection off on Miero this time, keeping him alive. We're approaching. So, by no means is this game over for the side of Bedboom. Let's keep it simple here. You're still very strong when you're together. You're still very good at pushing, and if you execute fights well, things go great. It's the challenge of setting up moves of this kind. That's what's going to be difficult for you, but that time they got it. They effectively baited out the Enigma, had the very quick rotation in from Save with the Decrepify, protected him, got off the Black Hole, and it's going to get a little bit easier soon. Crimson Guard almost complete. Talked about that as the item for this game.
And Miero's always going to be something to contend with from the Talon side. They have to worry about him all game long. Makoto is going to get off his ult. Going to be a Bane. Pretty fast kill.
Just Wukong for it, though.
Yeah, most likely not needed, but it did force out the Kunkka.
This Crimson is about to be completed. Lens for Pugna is a mega upgrade as well. You can see in this game Save will be going the max Decrepify. Sometimes you see Pugnas go 4-1-4. This game, it's a no-brainer. You want to have max range on Decrepify. You want the low cooldown. Actually going to find some good damage here onto Cuckoo. No follow-up, though. The BKBs are being worked on as well for the side of Bedboom. Kunkka and DP, their next items will be just that. Want the freedom of movement, want to be able to ignore the Shadow Shaman and part of Monkey King's pressure. It's not the most obvious BKB game when you look at it. I don't have that many disables on the Dire, but might be worth it. I think other teams and other players, perhaps in this position, would be prioritizing something like Force Staff and stat items. See if those BKBs end up paying off. They definitely counter Cuckoo, without a doubt.
Oh, yeah. Looks like this is going to be a smoke. There's Bedboom. 20-minute mark. You know what that means.
Yep.
Tormy available very shortly.
And 23 Savage TP'd away, so this is just a gimme.
Looks like
just
it.
Free. Huh. Would have thought that this would be something you would want to control and fight for, but they might have just blundered it. Or worried about giving the 5-on-5 under controlled circumstances.
They get the good shard.
Yeah, level 4 Brain Sap AoE now. Will generally have access to Brain Sapping multiple units in fights. The Lycan Wolves will help.
That is true.
Keep you alive that little bit longer. This is actually quite helpful against that specific hero because the way Lycan kills you is by overwhelming you with just numbers. These wolves are insane. Why do these wolves have 925 HP?
The wolves are absurd. They are completely absurd.
A little bit of everything in them.
It's going to be the New Age Nature's Prophet. Level 25 talent.
Oh, yeah. Give the wolves fortified armor.
So when you get shard on Lycan, it's the same shard, right? You get that random wolf that goes down lanes. It, I assume, gets all the level 6, but can you activate? Because you can't control the creep, but can you activate the skill on it?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can't. It has your level of Feral Impulse, though, right? That's how I remember it. And it has Cripple for the towers, but I think that's it.
The wolves. Always very How much are these worth, actually? Was that 57?
51, I think.
Okay. And the Nature's Prophet one was 25, is that right?
Too little.
I remember when it was 12 gold to kill one or something. It's like literally not worth the effort. All right, so Talon now have the double BKB, although Makoto is 700-ish away from his, so
Dire's middle tower
likely to wait for that, and then that's a Pretty gigantic power spike for them.
They're really taking their time with these nullifiers. Lycan going BKB into AC. Would have really thought you wanted nullifier earlier against this Pugna. This is very good news for Save. It gives him a clear, big impact play. Of course, he will be busy fighting wolves for all eternity.
Yeah.
But he lives. Just being annoying.
Historically speaking, especially the old days, Pugna and Bane would hate these wolves, but
oh, yeah.
They've gotten a lot better. Especially Bane with the shard, like you talked about. Jokum spotted.
So there's a lot of BKBs right now. Changes the game quite a bit. BKB Conke, BKB DP, BKB Lycan, BKB Razor.
Makoto's 100 gold away, so they definitely don't want to fight quite yet.
Yeah, he's about to get it from this double ancient stack.
Gonna black hole him. Do they have the damage? Yes, sir.
He's on a 5-kill streak. That's a big kill. Could be Roche, maybe. Not the fastest Roche team, but if you use Exo, you're pretty fast.
Will. And they have the tentacle guy in there. What the hell his name is?
Roshan.
Oh, it dies instantly. Worthless creep.
Well, Jokum might fancy his chances here. He knows it's pretty low because of the wolf.
It's got to be perfect here. He jumps in, uses his he snatches the Aegis! Jokum! God! What a play. He's going to use it right away. TP's coming in, and like it's up in 10 seconds. A balance strike onto 2 with the Wukong's command to follow. As 23 Savage showing off that newly picked up BKB. They're going to be able to get... GBK is actually really healthy. He gets on the outskirts of the Wukong's command. Still no kills for Talon, despite the amazing initiation. And they're going to be able to cancel the TP onto GPK. So finally, 2 kills go the way of Talon, and they snatch the Aegis. Jokum. Godly play.
What a beast. This guy on Slark, man.
Wouldn't have been able to do that without the wolves, of course. That is such a benefit.
It's so big to steal this, in particular in a game where the enemy team has this archetype lineup, right? This is so big to steal this.
Such a benefit.
It's so big to steal this, in particular in a game where the enemy team... It's just...
To do that without the wolves, of course. That is such a benefit.
It's so big to steal this, in particular in a game where the enemy team has this archetype lineup, right? This is the one that, ideally for BetBoom, they want to think about breaking potentially tier 3 with this one. And now they get delayed so
I didn't
much.
realize the full grip onto Makoto. That's why they couldn't really follow it up with too much damage at first. But still, ends up working out quite well for Talon.
Oh, that's great for them. No doubt. Sure, they burn the 23 last minute 20 now.
So now there's going to be a large set. I mean, the Aegis was used right away, so this is going to be a long period of time before the next Roche.
Yep. And I feel like with every passing minute, it favors Talon more and more. And I'm saying that in spite of them being against Enigma, one of the late game beasts, but when late game comes around on the Radiant side, can you actually kill really fat cores that have Satanic and the like? When you're running DP mid and a Kunkka carry?
Yeah, tell me if I'm wrong here, because things don't age well all the time, but Death Prophet doesn't typically scale that well into the late game. Pugna, once you get Nullifier, falls off a lot.
But definitely not put her in the category of numbers game that...
Game dotes. They will scale very well.
Man stack in low priority.
Bad boy lately, it seems.
I hear those games... Even worse, not only did he go to low prio, but they're telling him uncalled for, in my opinion. Bottom tower.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's a goner. In spite of everything that's happened, this is not an unsalvageable game for BetBoom, but it definitely is concerning to see just how far ahead the Razor is pulling 23 Savage.
They're still not going Nullifier.
Yeah, peculiar. Well, WS wants it after AC.
Okay. And that's still a way away.
Save.
Maybe we'll find Pugna. Guess they don't need Nullifier if he's just dead. Makoto. There, he could probably just
Crazy. He changed.
you know.
Nullifier.
Lycans love that.
Just 500 off, so this will be a nullifier.
Finding GPK. Has to use the BKB in retreat. Miero shadowing him as well.
The GPKB, if you will.
Great one.
Thank you.
A lot of brain rot. Really lower your IQ.
Very
See that. It's actually a great incentive.
Yeah.
See, that was for Kiritich, so they got one of their own. And where's the Shiva, Cinderin? Who buys that one? Oh, Yule's gonna counteract this X play potentially. No.
Well, you definitely want Shiva eventually in DP in this game.
Yeah,
without
that's
it.
true. Yeah. It's been a hot minute since I've seen that one. Remember when it first came out years ago? It was like ridiculously good. As well, Kata Omi. Well, he's gonna get healed up by Save. Very nicely done. The Shackle and the Serpent Wars placed on top of GPK. Looks like the Ross is gonna pay the ultimate price though. 23 Savage. Getting a nice static link, pops the BKB of his own, but he's getting pretty low as GPK's Exorcism is going to ham. But the Death Shroud saving 23 Savage. Support trades for now as GPK falls. And now Talon can overrun the lineup of BetBoom. They get 3, they lose 1. And now 23 Savage, but he's getting pretty low as GPK's Exorcism is going to ham. But the Death Shroud saving 23 Savage. He's getting pretty low as GPK's Exorcism is going to ham. But the Death Shroud saving 23 Savage. Support trades for now as GPK falls. And now Talon can overrun the lineup of BetBoom. They get 3, they lose 1. The Depth Shroud is ridiculous.
I don't think Talon are getting Slark the rest of the tournament. Actually, I think this is the last game a team is going to give it to them.
Shroud is
actually. I think this is the
ridiculous.
I don't think Talon are getting Slark the rest of the tournament. Actually, I think this is the last game a team is going to give it to them. It's just too much. Joachim's owning. He's doing so much work in these games on the Slark. It's ridiculous. Another clutch fight from him, getting the tip from 23 Savage. And in addition, Miero never found a black hole opening there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he kept getting canceled by the Wolves or if there just wasn't a good angle. But they didn't get to put him to use.
Yeah, this might be a game where potentially you go Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
To get up a good blink black hole.
It's currently queuing up Midas. I would advise against that one. I think that's maybe a little bit too ambitious.
No way. There's no way that.
Yeah, but Miero though, for the Wolf man.
Hell yeah! Let's take a look at the next. Now,
it has.
It doesn't go in. Oh, I don't know.
It has hamstring though, which it has hamstring but not hightail because you can't.
One for
little issue that BetBoom have to deal with.
Oh, they find the Monkey King. That's a big one for BetBoom.
Oh.
A big one.
Another little issue that BetBoom have to deal with.
Play with though. Joachim upgraded to Wind Waker, by the way.
Yeah, nice against Black Hole.
Yeah, it's insanely good. It's just typically you don't see that as the one main item on the
Blood Grenade on the for 40 damage. Hitting stuff.
That's how he afforded the Wind Waker.
Yep.
By being greedy. And you can tell BetBoom just desperate. They're just waiting around for Roche.
Yeah, they need this badly. It's
It will be spawning
10
soon,
seconds.
but now that Monkey King is up, can they go for it?
They're also going to be paranoid. There's a lot of stuff you don't see when you watch both teams Fog of War the whole time, but BetBoom have to constantly deal with the feeling that they're being watched. Slark plus Lycan Wolves is super annoying when you're behind.
Oh, man. 23 Savage with Refresher. Double BKB, double Satanic.
Yeah, he doesn't die outside of Black Hole. I don't think it's possible.
And they're going to smoke up now. The Wolves giving some vision.
Oh, this
There's
is so
no
good
vision
info.
for BetBoom. Those 23 Savage just going to walk right in. The Bane already at half HP. Ross is going to pay the price here as Makoto does get off ult on the Monkey King. Doesn't really find the connections, though, as GPK now static linked, and there's the Refresher from 23 Savage. Double ult, but as the Ghost Scepter, oh my god, evaporates.
That's a boundless.
And now into the Roche pit they go. They have the double ult going for 23 Savage. There's the nullifier. That is a lot of damage.
And they're going to get AC off of this as well. Lycan almost has the gold for that. Going to put Aegis onto Mikoto. He almost has his nullifier too, so they'll have 2 of them.
Oh, Roshan banner just trash apparently.
Don't need that garbage. Save will get killed off by the wolves plus Shadow Shaman. We finally got to see it. Can actually Save will get
Roshan banner just trash apparently.
Don't need that garbage. Save will get killed off by the wolves plus Shadow Shaman. We finally got to see it. Can actually kill this support with just the Shaman plus 2 wolves.
That's insane, man. That is insane. Yeah, Kiritich looks like... oh, it is Daedalus first.
Yeah, they need damage, right? As we talked about it, they struggle to kill these heroes, but feels like it's too little, too late. There's just so many things that need to align for BetBoom to be able to win this game at this point. They need to constantly struggle with vision. They need to make sure they find a black hole in spite of being scouted. They have to get it on the right heroes at the right time, and on top of that, they have damage issues. It feels, for all intents and purposes, like a checkmate at this point, but Enigma can make those magical moments if the enemy overextends in your base, but that's kind of what you're hoping for at this point.
He's going for Ags on Miero, apparently.
Yeah, he needs more damage.
Guess they don't really have a way to cancel the black hole under the BKB, right?
Yeah.
There's no abyssal. I mean, that would be a Lycan item, typically.
Illusion.
But even with the abyssal, you have to be in position to do so.
Radiant are scanning.
Cuckoo catches GPK.
Serpent Ward trap, and 23 Savage has the static link. GPK melts. 6 deaths for him.
Might be able to force high ground with this. You have Aegis and you killed a big core. You just need to not stack for Black Hole. Start poking with the Lycan.
It feels bad that they don't have a Shiva still. I mean, it's obviously not going to be the difference maker, but I just don't get the Ags.
No, me neither.
For Death
not on
Prophet.
board with this one. I agree 100%. I
feel like
Shivas must have been better this game.
Generally speaking, this is one of the more underwhelming Ags in the game now, I would say. It's like bottom 25%.
Yeah, and it's also... I'm not so sure about GPK's item build in general, because this is what current Death Prophet tends to do a lot, is go for this Witchblade build-up. But recognizing exactly what type of game this is, you might have been better off building a little bit more defensively. So, not sure if he's regretting his choices now. But it's also one of those cases where you have a plan in mind of how this game is meant to go. You start your item build, and then obviously when you are building your Witchblade, you're committed and things went wrong. You can't just, pretend it didn't happen and sell your item for full value and get another one. You're kind of in there. But he definitely had the choice to pivot away from Ags. That happened late enough into the game that he could tell he was behind, so maybe Shivas would have been the better choice there. 25,000 lead.
Yeah, it's massive. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis. They have all the outer towers.
And Joachim now with the blink, so he will always be able to get in range to save people with Depth Shroud, with Wind Waker.
Self-exile.
Yeah, that's for himself only.
Yeah.
Imagine you could cast this on allies.
Yeah, that would be Book of the... Wait, what was that called?
Book of Shadows?
Book of Shadows, yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, a worse version.
That item was crazy. Absolutely bonkers.
As tier 5 should be, Cinderin.
Yeah. Remember when Grimstroke came out and that was his basic spell? The first Inkswell. Oh my god. That spell was... something else.
I barely remember that.
Yeah. It was effectively Book of Shadows on allies. So you made them untargetable as they were running in.
Yeah.
They couldn't attack and they were silenced, but they were untargetable and they would explode. You just put it on a Weaver or, whatever melee core. They just run in, stun people, and then they pop all their stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty redonk.
That was insane. I think the numbers were also better on the damage from the tendrils. Just did so much.
Doesn't look like they're going to push with this Aegis, then.
They don't have to. They must be feeling like they're gaining 1k GPM. They have the whole map. Spreading their heroes out nicely. taking the space, and they know for BetBoom how difficult it is. This is the thing. When you're this far behind, usually the way you get back into the game as Radiant is you make a team smoke and you try to find a team fight that you win. The problem is getting out on the map unnoticed against this Slark and the Lycan Wolves. When the waves are constantly pushing in, you have to give away some sort of information all the time.
Look at the Wolves. They're just on patrol. Just constantly running around. Well, we'll see if BetBoom have enough time to get this Divine on Karatich, but still quite a ways away. And now that the Aegis is gone, Talon, 23 Savage specifically, he got rid of his boots and now has Swift Blink. He is fully 6-slotted. Still could go for, I mean, Aghanim Scepter here is excellent since you have Refresher as well anyway. Haven't seen Shard that much on Razor since they tweaked it a while back. As a smoke now, technically from both sides, but BetBoom, full team.
Yeah.
And this feels like a do or die for them.
You need to not run into Slark here. That's the most important way to start. Makoto.
Yeah, Makoto would be a nice kill. He is a tree now, though. A little harder to find.
Radiant are scanning.
And every passing second, this becomes more and more obvious that BetBoom are doing this. They've shown 0 heroes on the map for half a minute now, and yeah, this smoke is just not going to find anything. And now top and mid are going to push in, so they have to go back.
Especially with that Lycan Wolf in each wave, Synderin.
That's up.
One of 3 waves. Every little bit counts, and now the smoke from Talon. As they see BetBoom in their base, knowing that a smoke has failed.
They burnt the Crimson for the tower, so if any fight were to break out, they won't have the Crimson Guard. But they're going to hide in base. Complete chokehold. Well, Ketsuomi tried to go out.
Yeah, they jump right on him, delete him. GPK, can he get to the force field? He's stun locked and dead. 2 out of the fight for BetBoom. They have the buybacks, but they lose a 3rd member, and now Talon gonna force those buybacks. As 23 Savage and WS poking at the high ground. That's 1 buyback from Kataomi. Talon resetting, it seems. Surely they're not happy with that buyback.
Yeah, it's another 5,000 gold. Not bad.
Yeah, they don't have the Lycan ult, so gonna play it safe. Oh, they got the grip though on the high ground. Miero, Midnight Pulse as well. Boat is coming. That Monkey King is dead, and now the black hole onto the pesky Slark dead as well. Cuckoo getting caught off guard. Gets the Force Staff to the other side. They get the X. So 3 pickoffs for BetBoom. A little bit sloppy for Talon.
Yeah, a rare slip up there for this game for Talon. They separated a bit too much, so Slark couldn't get in there and save the Monkey King fast enough. He tried to blink over for the depth shroud, didn't get in range. Then he got black holed. Then Cuckoo tries to help him, then he gets caught. Well, that was the 5k gold they just gained. They just lost it immediately. But they still have the buyback down, which is big. But a little slip up there.
We're 43 minutes in, and we talked about BetBoom's pushing. They don't have a single tier 2 yet.
That's kind of ridiculous. This was the point of their lineup.
Yeah.
You're obviously going to play it out till the bitter end. Cuckoo will get a shard. Better foul play. We're on. You don't want to. They're too thinly spread. They're not sure when the Roche is spawning, so with this lack of information, they will have to give it away. Now, if they had TA Shannon, they would be killing this Roche.
Very true. Was it banned?
Well, if they had, well, do you even have to ask that question?
Right.
If TA was in the game, this game would have played out completely differently because it would have had a TA, and therefore it would have won.
I see.
All right.
That's how it works, huh?
It's pretty much TLDR, really. Roshing time for Talon. They're going to clear the perimeter first, but it is clearly what's on their minds with how they're moving their heroes around right now. WS is going to get started on the big boy.
23 Savage, level 28, by the way.
Arcane Blink on Kunkka.
Huh.
That is not normally.
Huh. Well, he can actually get Rapier, so he has Rapier technically. It takes apart his Radiance.
Or well, okay, I take it back. We have seen Satanic do this. He went Arcane Blink in this crazy defense game they had with 2 Rapiers, 2 Daedalus.
So you get extra distance on it, and you gain HP and mana each time you use it, and it's lower cooldown.
Significantly lower cooldown, which is the big part.
I mean, it's an insane item that I think is very underutilized generally.
It's the only way to make your Blink lower cooldown than X Mark, right? So that means every X Mark you will have your Blink for it.
Yeah,
otherwise, the regular Blink Dagger cooldown is 15 seconds and X Mark is 12. So with this one, you can constantly X push out. We've arrived at that point now. Desperation mode for Bet Boom.
Do you think they're going to miss the Radiance at all at this stage when he takes it apart?
No, not anymore.
It's lost its luster.
I mean, it's still useful, but doesn't matter nearly as much as it did 20 minutes ago. Joken actually ulting there.
Well, GPK still working on that Shivas. Could finish it, I believe, but I mean the buyback situation obviously pretty important.
Yeah.
And that is one thing. Obviously, if you get caught off without Exorcism, the buyback less valuable, but with Ags, your spells do pack a little bit more of a punch. Heritage waiting for Talon to commit to the high ground so he can take apart the Divine. I mean, they've clearly seen his inventory, so this is not going to be a surprise. They're just going to play under the impression that he already has it. He's the main one getting farm now, though, which is maybe a bit of an issue. The only one that can get out of his base safely. They are so starved. 33K. Lead for Talon. Aegis, Cheese. Was there? Yeah, there's a refresher shard, but it's in the backpack of Makoto, so we'll wait for the Aegis to be consumed and then have the double BKB and another Wukongs to work with. He is 25 now, by the way, so he has the bigger Wukongs.
Yeah, it's going to help them push. Thinking about what Joken will buy next. I think there's some interesting potential angles here. One would be Abyssal Blade, Blink, stop Black Hole. You can get Refresher. You have 2 Depth Shrouds against Black Holes. You have 2 Wind Wakers. I think Refresher is overall the safer choice, and I don't know if there's anything better for him to buy. But
Roche's banner has arrived.
They're getting started. The Talon special, put the banner and don't push. Just let the wave do its job.
Yep. Well, another wave coming in. There's the Serpent Wards as well. Crimson Guard activated. Cuckoo goes in with a BKB, trying to find a connection. Can't find anything outright, but Makoto gets the ult up, but there's the Black Hole onto 2 heroes. They get the Yules off in time onto the Razor. Makoto, he gets Death Stride, but he actually dies to the cleave. GPK gets credit for that one in the end. And now, Talon have to be careful. They've lost their Razor. He buys back. Nightmare now onto the Lycan. Is this a reset, or is this a continue?
They have to continue. They forced 2 Black Holes. I'm not sure they recognized that Miero's second one got instantly canceled. I think he got bashed by Monkey King as he cast it, which would be ridiculously unlucky. But that is what it looked like.
Out of range of the melee barracks, which is really unfortunate for Talon. And Roche banner falls, and they're going to fully retreat. My goodness, what a hold, despite being down 30+ K on the Bet Boom side. Let's watch this again, then.
Just look at the Enigma here. If the second Black Hole goes off, you crush this fight.
So there's Black Hole 1. It was a good one.
Makoto.
Refresher.
He gets bashed.
Yeah, I guess
while he's casting it.
Wow.
So it also went on cooldown. That is so unlucky.
But it's definitely possible. I mean, you can barely see that that's happening. So Talon might not know, which is why they backed up.
This is
the power of Enigma, man. Yeah. And a Divine, of course. That Divine shredded 23.
Yeah, he can afford a second one. Heritage.
And Tidal Wave will be really nice, too.
Yeah, so you can mess up your Black Holes. It's Some good synergy right there.
As long as they communicate, you know.
That's hard to do in the heat of the moment. I think he'd be better off not buying it, to be honest.
Really?
At this point.
Really? No way that's true.
Okay, let's put it this way. There's more important stuff to buy. I think the second rapier and having buyback gold is way more important.
It's 1,400 gold, Cinderin.
Yep.
Even if you just get 1 kill with it, which is very possible. Just don't use it when there's 2 or more heroes in the area. It's not that hard. Noob.
Yeah, what's Kiritich doing?
He's dancing a jig. So we'll
All
see
right.
if he opts for the second rapier.
Can we get up the longest game of the tournament tracker here? How far are we off? 45 minutes?
Yeah, usually we see these ridiculous defenses when they're already mega'd.
Yeah.
Not the case here. But if BetBoom get caught off guard just a bit, Talon will absolutely destroy their base in seconds.
I think Talon won't try anything for 5 minutes. They're
Yeah,
going to wait for
probably.
Razor's buyback plus Aegis before they do anything again. It doesn't favor them to brute force this. Step by step, they can make the progress that they need. This isn't about getting 1 lane of barracks.
No.
Either you get the whole thing or you win a big team fight. That's what matters.
Safe harbor, eh?
Oh, BetBoom are going to leave their base. Here we go. On the prowl.
Yeah, Miero. He has double black hole again.
Yep. There still is a refresher shard on the Monkey King, and Jokem is indeed going to buy a refresher orb on Slark, but quite a ways to go for that still.
Oh, he's a tree.
This is such a good smoke break from Mikoto. Oh, they find him, but didn't hit the torrent. Yeah, you could just tell the moment their smoke breaks, panic just sets in. Insta back.
I mean,
no way to commit
let's
into
say
that.
BetBoom's able to defend for a good amount of time. Well, are they relying on some sort of team wipe into buybacks, retreat, and then try again? Or can they also win outright? Because their push is not the same as Talon.
No.
Like, Exo has a really long cooldown. Pugna, I mean, at this stage, it's good pokes. Jokem has the Shadow Dance to retreat.
It's an interesting hypothetical to consider for a team that hasn't crossed the river for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe someday we'll get to see the other side. I hear it's greener on the other side always. Don't know so much about the dire half of the map, though. I think the Radiant one's a bit greener, but, you know.
Depends on your perspective, of course.
Yeah, your perspective of whether green is actually green or a different color.
Well, green can mean not literal, you know.
No, it can't. Hex. On to Lycan.
Okay.
Another way to perhaps initiate... do you start considering, like, Eon Discs now? Do you get more Wind Wakers? Do you get an Abyssal to stop the Enigma somehow? Like, there are options for what you could do here at the side of
if you can try to force out, like, a Lincoln's purchase from you.
Yeah.
Like, right now, he's not threatened at all once the BKB is up. So we wait for the next Roche. We wait for the buyback onto 23. Those will likely not align. Unless it's a very late Roche.
He's level 30, perma-hasted. See his movement speed.
Nice.
He's actually above haste when his Storm Surge procs.
Gets a second plasma field now as well. Yeah, Cuckoo getting a little bored.
It's like, no, it's just Jokem, man. You know, he literally he could just stand somewhere to break smokes, and he's owning by doing this. Just place yourself in a corner and wait.
How late did they draft the Slark?
First pick.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This might become a ban.
First phase ban. Wow, that's pretty powerful.
I mean, this guy must be a god at the hero to win his Lycan lane.
Yeah, true. That was, man, that was insane. Imagine if that did not go that way.
I would say if the lanes in this game go according to at least my expectation, this would not have looked like this at this point for Talon. The bottom lane should have not gone this way. I really think so. But
well, Talon are smoked up. They know GPK is in the area. Jokem shows himself. Yeah.
Hopping around.
This actually is a pretty late Roche. It's about to spawn, so ends up aligning okay with 23's buyback. It's
fine.
About a minute or two off. And he's continuing to farm despite having every item imaginable.
Yeah, they bought the Wind Waker now. This cost him a lot of movement speed.
What did he get rid of? S and Y?
Put his Travels 2 in his backpack. I mean, he has enough movement speed for a fight. He's got, is it 440 he's running around on without boots?
And Roche will be taken out. We hit the 55-minute mark. Pretty epic game number 3. This is easily the best game of the day. Doesn't take much, though.
And it's ironic because of how polarizing this game was set out to be.
Yeah, for sure.
This was a game where we thought, okay, if BetBoom get things their way, they're going to run it down and crush the lanes and then into a base push at 25 minutes. If they don't and it gets too late, it gets really awkward, but probably too difficult. And here we are with an intermediary where they never took a tier 2 tower with the pushing lineup and are playing a 1-hour game on defense. So it's a complex game. A lot of things can happen. Kiritich actually opting to save his rapier in stash instead of running double.
Okay.
So he will buy back and immediately have a second one. Maybe when he can afford a third one, he'll start carrying 2. I'm not sure.
Well, at what point can he one-shot someone? Do the math. 2100 HP on the Slark.
Yeah, they have pretty low armor.
But the Rasta, how does the innate work? You can't die, right?
No, unless if he's broken or
right. So it's basically
if he's broken.
So Slark is like the only one you could theoretically one shot.
Yeah, I think so. Or
they
now you have me questioning. No, you can't overkill them. No, you can't.
Nah, yeah, I don't think because you're always on 1 HP.
Right.
So.
Doesn't work like a bad one.
All right, Talon with all the goodies that Roche has in his bowels. See what they can work with.
You can see Kiritich was scouting out the tree line here, anticipating Mikoto would be there. He was right.
Yep, he is. Miero is going to get right on top of him. Miero's just going to black hole, though. They're going to run into the black hole. He tries the death shot, but it's not going to happen. Life number 1 down. Another black hole to come for Miero. As the Monkey King will spawn after the fact, though, and now he can get off the Wukong's command. Refreshes as well. They're going to take the melee barracks. No, they will not. As Pugna forcing the Monkey King back. Fortification popped. Serpent wards. Not going to be enough to claim the barracks.
I knew it. I knew it. Ironically, Joachim trying to save there was worse than doing nothing. And I was like, he's going to buy Evelyn's, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he is. He's giving up on the refresher.
All right.
He was not able to save there. Now he will be with this item. And it's easy to have hindsight in a situation like that.
Oh, Cuckoo. All right. Refreshes. Serpent wards. They get the barracks.
Wow.
We talked about how this is not really that valuable.
It really isn't.
At 57.5 minutes.
Doesn't matter.
That's 1 lane.
It's the mental part, though, is that you're feeling like you're getting closer to the victory. It might be more valuable than you think.
Right.
Just a little bit of a morale boost there. Cuckoo's like, guys, I got the racks.
Hell yeah,
and everybody
brother.
clapped. And that Rax's name was Albert Einstein.
What the Tower almost dead in the top lane.
Now the walls are starting to...
Ooh, Aghanim Scepter. All right, so we're going to be biting some Monkey King or Razor.
Yep.
Very nice. Has not consumed it.
We're going to be backpacking it for now.
Yeah, I think he's saving for buyback still, as we're going to see the Ags on Bane. We're getting to extreme late game scenario. A 0 and 9 Bane with an Aghanim Scepter. So this is where having 0 Lincolns, I believe, is potentially going to bite them.
It's really difficult for Talon to win this game right now. Feels like they need to itemize themselves out of additional trouble. Maybe some tier 5 neutrals can help.
Oh, we're getting there.
Thinking about maybe some Book of the Dead, just step by step. I know the pushing isn't what it was before, but you just need more garbage that slowly whittles down buildings. GPK has finally hit level 25, minute 59.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Okay, extra Exo Spirits.
Oh, Miro. BKBs. Jokum going to be laughing.
Yeah, he really wanted this kill. This was a guy without buyback, so perhaps this could have opened up the map for BetBoom a little bit, but Jokum quick on the fingers, reacts in time. Mission failed from Miro. Now, he didn't cast the black hole, so he still has 2 of them, but one of them would be without BKB if this fight were to break out. Probably won't, though. Jokum trying to break a smoke that wasn't used. Tier 5s.
Yes, sir.
The time cometh.
BetBoom can't. Oh, going for the denial of the ward. He'll get it. Wind Waker's away. God, what an annoying hero. He's level 25 now. What even is the 25 talent of this hero? Shadow Dance duration. Oh my god. Second. 1.25 seconds. Well, Miro taking advantage of a little bit of space to get some neutrals. It's going to take them a bit to get enough for the tier 5 crafting. And Talon, I mean, that has to be the plan, to try to starve them out, get all the tier 5s for you, and then try to take advantage of that before they can fully complete them.
My lightning forks.
Oh my god, we're gonna see this one again, huh? Divine Regalia on to 23 Savage, so 20% extra damage. If you die, you lose the item. Becomes broken. Oh, they're gonna get the hex. Okay, this will be a huge kill. Wukong's command from Makoto, but Black Hole available, and Kiritich is here. They get the Wind Waker to try to mitigate a little bit of damage. They're gonna get the grip on top of the Monkey King, though. Down goes Makoto, and now the Black Hole, 23 Savage. What is he doing there?
Okay, Depth Shroud.
Yep, Depth Shroud saving him for now. The Wind Waker as well as 23 Savage pops the BKB, doing so much damage. My goodness! He gets bit, I believe, is Kiritich. Not able to finish the job, and look at how low Talon are. They get 2 kills at the cost of the Monkey King. 23 Savage ready to go back in, though. The blink available.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Exo's down. Black holes are down.
And 23 Savage, he still doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter, so the buildings don't melt that fast to him.
Working on it now.
Man, what a crazy game. Finally gets the Ags. So a second Divine Regalia on WS. So somewhat risky here from them. He gets the one with the 40 attribute bonus, while 23 Savages is attack range and cast range. And a Fallen Sky onto Jokum, no surprise, making it even more annoying somehow to go for him. Makoto with Helm of the Undying, which I think is the best item, personally.
If you die in Wukong's command with Helm of the Undying, does it keep going?
If you say it again?
If you die in your ring.
Oh, yeah, it should. Yeah, I think so.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Late game.
It's got to be good, right?
If that actually works, that's crazy.
Spider legs on Cuckoo. So they have all 5 tier 5s, and so far, 0 on the side of BetBoom. This is the time to pounce if you're Talon. Especially with the Enigma only having 1 black hole in 15 seconds, although it's not that far away for the refresher, honestly. Did he just bite somebody? I believe so. Trying to pounce. There's the Wukong's command, going for the buildings. Makoto gets the range. Crimson Guard. Torrent is going to connect. Kiritich, I don't even think he got a hit off there. It gets disarmed, perhaps, and that's going to be another lane for Talon.
All right.
It's a better plan than before, I'll tell you that.
How much do you think Megas matter in this game?
I mean, it matters, but it's not the game winner for sure. It matters when you have a Rasta that has refresh. Wait, does he? Oh, that was a refresher shard that he had, I guess.
Radiant are scanning.
Death by 1,000 cuts is the plan for Talon. The thing is, they have to. What's that?
With a dull knife.
Yeah, so it seems. And a bite, I suppose.
Yeah. Death by 1,000 stirring spoons, more like it.
I mean, you have constant pressure from wolves.
Oh, that wolf! Stop the wolf! They got him.
40k lead for Talon does not feel like it is a deso. Stygian, that is.
At this point, the gold also doesn't matter that much anymore. It's about whether you can solve the problems with creativity. I mean, I shouldn't say the gold doesn't... It depends who the gold goes on. If Joachim farms up a refresher, for example, I think that would be very, very valuable. He should just be hitting creeps right now on the Slark. Instead of the Razor farming an additional 9th item, I think you should give Slark his 3rd. Might be a good idea.
23 Savage, backpacking Boots of Travel 2, and Wind Waker. Has the Eon Disc, and is now going for Moonshard. And I think after that, surely there's nothing else you can build. Maybe a backpack Abyssal. I don't know. When would you backpack it, though?
No, I don't know what he could buy. This Eon Disc is really good, though.
Oh, there's the Abyssal.
Yeah.
He has the blink as well. And
yeah, WS can stop Black Hole now.
WS is fully 6-slotted.
Oh, Miero's going
count the ag.
E-Blade. He might have to pivot this to the Lincolns we talked about. Joachim. Doing Joachim things.
All right, GPK, Divine Regalia. Seems to be the item of choice for everyone, yeah.
You saw how much damage his ghosts did in the previous fight. This is really meaningful.
And this is the Roche where you can take him over with the, okay, Cuckoo. Serpent Wards, gonna force the rotation back with the Wolves. This tower's dead. Doing good amount of damage to the range as well, which will not regen. And now another Roche in the hands of Talon. As Kunkka continuing to buy items.
Oh, he's got a nullifier now. So they can break the Eon Disc of Razor as well as a potential Wind Waker play. Which is being a nuisance to the Enigma that they just Wind Waker the guy they Black Hole. So they're counter-itemizing the counter-itemization.
Yes, very important.
Roshan smoked. Looking for a target to throw. Excuse me, Invis, not smoked.
Yeah, very powerful Roshan. Maybe that'll catch him off guard.
Yeah.
So Helm of the Undying on the Monkey King. This could be very powerful.
He keeps playing as the Roach. It's like no benefit. He's just having fun. Oh, whatever it takes to keep morale high and the energy up there.
Yeah, it's not like you can take a shower in the middle of the game.
True.
So. Cuckoo jumps in. Oh, he gets gripped right off the bat, though, but the counter Yules. Wukong's command now from Makoto. Black Hole. It's not going to hit anything, it looks like. That's a soldier. He's going to try again. The double. He gets the pistol at the last second, but the Black Hole finally goes off onto 2 very important targets. The Lycan extremely low. Depstrat actually saves him. Now 23 Savage going ham on everyone. 2 make it 3 dead. They get the Megas. And now in retreat, the Divine Rapiers drop to the deck. They're picking it up. Kiritich, I believe, picks up 1. I believe Joka might have gotten the other.
Ah, yes, the classic X mark to save Rapier. See it every game.
So wow. Kiritich, okay, let's keep track of this. He has 1 Rapier.
I think 23 just did 8,000 damage in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that was absurd.
He genuinely just destroyed them both instantly.
So Slark picks up 1.
Yeah, not going to use
exactly
it for
a right clicker. Yeah.
Dagon now on the Pugna. Gotta kill the wolves.
So now Mega creeps. For Talon, I think.
There's no black holes. I feel like you could try to squeeze more out of this situation.
Yeah,
it looks like they will. Do their damnedest. They're still going to be the Fiend's Grip.
They're waiting for the bite onto the Monkey King. Another Divine Rapier purchased by Kiritich. Makoto. Oh, Hex from Cuckoo into the Shackle. It's the buyback onto the Death Prop. They have another one on the Enigma as well. As Kiritich gets a decent hit onto the Monkey King Wolf. Gets slept as well. There's the buyback onto the Enigma.
And they get a clean disengage. Very nicely done here from Talon to force that out. Now with a 71,000 gold advantage. Don't know if I've ever said that before in my life.
Yes, we have. We've done 100,000 before.
We have?
Yeah.
Oh. Might have passed out during that game. Maybe you said it.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Progress for Talon. They get megas, they get buybacks. It's a long respawn on Roche, though.
Double Divine back for Kiritich.
Refresher and Refresher.
Jokum actually would rather not have this in his slot, I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. I don't know. Guess it feels cool.
So Talon, in a 70-minute game, you wait for the refreshers for sure. Do you wait for Roche? Divine Regalia, we should mention, since it was picked up on 3 players, GPK's is finished. And in terms of rebuilding one, he can start doing that now, but it's going to take twice as many stones or mad stones, where the hell it's called.
He needs to kill 10 neutral camps himself, which is, he's struggling to get to 1. So, good luck with that. Keep in mind, he was one of only 2 heroes in their team that even has had one yet.
Yeah.
The other 3 are close to 1 each. .23 Savage setting what I believe could be maybe the 2nd highest CS of the tournament.
What does he have?
1212. He obviously had the 90-something minute game, probably had more, I would imagine.
Talon, look like they want to maybe make something happen here. Obviously, Miero is the top priority. In terms of buybacks, he does not have it.
Smoke, Wolf Bite. All right, it's go time.
Yes, it is.
They have double Serpent wards with the Refresher.
Oh, yeah.
You can black hole all the heroes, but somebody has to destroy the wards.
Makoto showing himself. There is the Wukong's command. Serpent wards, both placed by the tower, is going to force out the double fortification. And the grip onto the Eon Disc for the Razor. The black hole number 1 onto 2. Trying to get away. The second one onto the same 2 heroes. Are they actually going to get these kills? They get 1 in the Razor. And there's the Helmet of the Undying, but another Wukong command can come. They're actually just going to go for the Ancient. Talon making use of the Helm of the Undying to help win them game number 3. That was sick-ass game, man.
Jeez.
Sick-ass game.
Yeah, this is the most I've seen them pop off after a win. They made them work for it. 23 Savage,
very
smiling, already thinking about his next shower, of course. This time he can go to the shower a winner, rather than doing it after a loss of game 1. He's seems to be in high spirits here. A nicely played game, and once again, he's
sick. Those are the double fortification. There is the Wukong's command. Serpent wards, both placed by the tower, is going to force out the double fortification. And the grip onto the Eon Disc for the Razor. The tower is going to force out the double fortification. And the grip onto the Eon Disc for the Razor. The black hole number 1 onto 2. Trying to get away. The second one onto the same 2 heroes. Are they actually going to get these kills? To 2. Trying to get away. The second one onto the same 2 heroes. Are they actually going to get these kills? They get 1 in the Razor. And there's the Helmet of the Undying, but another Wukong command can come. They're actually just going to go for the Ancient. Talon making, but another Wukong. Are they actually going to get these kills? They get 1 in the Razor. And there's the Helmet of the Undying, but another Wukong command can come. They're actually just going to go for the Ancient. Talon making use of the Helm of the Undying to they get 1 in the Razor. And there's the Helmet of the Undying, but another Wukong command can come. They're actually just going to go for the trying to get away. The second one onto the same 2 heroes. Are they actually going to get these kills? They get 1 in the Razor. And there's the Helmet of the Undying, but another Wukong command can come. They're actually just going to go for the Ancient. Right away. The second one onto the same 2 by the tower, is going to force out the double fortification. The Wukong's command. Serpent wards, both placed by the tower, is going to force out the double fortification. And the grip onto the Eon Disc for the Razor. The black hole number 1 onto 2. Trying to get away. The second one onto the same 2 heroes. Are they actually going to get these kills? They get 1 in the Razor. And there's the Helmet of the Undying, but another Wukong command can come. They're actually just going to go for the Ancient. Talon making use of the Helm of the Undying to help win them game number 3. That was sick-ass game, man.
Jeez.
Sick-ass game.
Yeah, this is the most I've seen them pop off after a win. They made them work for it. 23 Savage,
very
smiling, already thinking about his next shower, of course. This time he can go to the shower a winner, rather than doing it after a loss of game 1. He's seems to be in high spirits here. A nicely played game, and once again, this has been a 71-minute slog fest. But if you go back, if you think back to how this game all started out, I feel like a really big chunk of this win happened in the first 10 minutes, and I think that was the most I've been impressed with Talon in this series, at least, was the way they managed to handle the lanes. That it had to go really well in order to get to this stage. You saw it was difficult for them to finish, but step by step, they build upon the early advantage to get to a mid game that's tolerable. And once when this team is ahead with Slark, they just don't lose the map. That is.
I think I agree with you. I think that is a first phase ban soon enough against Talon that does feel like it just changes the way you play completely. And Talon, I mean, they win the early game, then it gets really interesting once they are ready to push into the base. So great defense from Betboom, but it wasn't enough, Shiver.
But at the start, I don't know if that was counted as the start, but we also had an Aegis steal, of course, coming out from Joker, and we had the lanes that we said at the end of the draft, because Talon, they have to nail these lanes, otherwise they don't have a chance this game.
Yeah, and they did pretty heavily, thanks to Mikoto, who was making all the right moves, getting the solo kill on GPK relatively early on, then making a move to the top lane, getting another kill, stealing the enemy XP rune. Now it sounds silly to talk about what has happened in the first 10 minutes, but it kind of set the tempo for the game, allowed Flipster Talon to make all these rotations, and also he was paired up with Lycanwolf so many times. It was just him going for the solo pickoffs, because Bane can easily sleep you. You're not going to be allowed to get that kill, but he sees these wolves, and either he's blocking him or he's unsleeping Monkey King so that he's going to be the one getting the kill, and starting to put even more pressure on the map, scouting on the trees. So very well played for Mikoto. First 15 minutes were kind of flawless.
Yeah, I was a very big skeptic of that Lycan last pick as an off-laner, but he's just farming global minus armor at nighttime. Cool draft. I learned something today. That's what I'll say about that game. I'll let you know what it is later.
Oh, I was going to say, you're going to enlighten us about that. How about you, Mystery? What do you feel about this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think Talon just proved us all wrong, right? We were not really sure what this was for Talon, especially the last pick Lycan. But it was very creative, and bringing back the wolves, right, that got nerfed was actually very clever this game. And I think what ended up happening was that the Talon heroes were too evasive. Like, they couldn't catch them. You know, there's a Lycan, there's wolves scouting, there's Slark, there's Monkey King. It was very hard to actually grow up and get a team fight going, right? And then, of course, the Aegis Snatch was great, you know, like, but in general, I think it was actually hard. It was a hard game to play for Betboom.
What I learned this game is that Valve programmed animation or like a visual for Roshan with an Invis rune, specifically for Monkey King. We saw that later on in the game. Did you know that was in the game?
Very important.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I think we've seen Monkey Kings as Roshan.
As Roshan with an Invis rune.
Yeah, with Shadowblade, you have to have that, yeah. I don't know if I've seen it before, but to be fair, I've seen so many things in Dota, I can't remember all of them.
You gotta at least.
The only thing that I learned today, the new thing that I learned today, was that I saw Puck 07 and still win.
That
was
There's
my
been
new
some
thing of the
flukes
day.
Today, for sure.
I feel like Talon are really good at dodging the fight and knowing when they're strong. Like, they did the same thing in game 1 a little bit, where they had this Lina and Tidehunter. They were just really patient. They just kept farming, right? When they feel like they have the enemy on a timer, they have the clear win condition, they play really well, and they're like really good at evading and just dragging on the game. I think it's a pretty impressive team right now.
Yeah. This is where Slark kicks in. Like, if he's off to a relatively good start, if he's being annoying, if they're controlling the map, you can't get any vision down. Like, even if you're trying to get maybe one that fight, maybe put it on the hill, try to get one good fight, immediately after that, if you are losing that fight, that ward's gonna get dewarded, and he's just he's collecting the information where everybody is. Makes it very difficult for you to play the game, not knowing who's behind him. This hero, even after the nerfs, is still a menace.
It is still a menace. And you know who the biggest menace I think this game was, definitely for Betboom? Joe-Cam on your Slark. Hey, congratulations on the series. That was fantastic. How are you doing?
Good. After the long game.
Yeah, tell me how that was for you, because it was a pleasure to watch. It was really fun, but it looked very stressful for you guys. So how have you experienced that game? What made that game so hard for you, you think?
I think because we fighting Enigma and Kunka, he buy repair and we cannot really easy to hit the tower. And I think we are happy to just farm against them. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys had full map control. I do also want to ask you about that Aegis steal that you got. How did you time that? What was your read on stealing that Aegis?
I see their damage is kinda low. Only the DP dealing the damage on Rust, and WS keep giving vision in the last wolf, so I just time it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a very, very cool moment. I believe your Slark has been an incredibly high win rate this event. Is that currently your most fun position 4 to play? Is that your favorite hero right now?
Not in pubs, I think. Because in pubs...
What do you play?
Not in the... Because in pubs so hard to carry the game with the slug. Yeah. They just keep sticking and we just keep fearing, I don't know.
So what are you playing
in the
instead?
Tournament. Oh, I play some Rubik Willow.
Rubik Willow, because I think we've seen maybe one Rubik here for Dream League. Why is he not in competitive at the moment?
I think the lane's so weak. Compared to other post 5, he cannot contest like Jakiro, Bane, those kind. Ringmaster, so hard.
Yeah, because I know he's your most played hero, I believe. Your second most played hero, I want to ask you about that, because it's a Tusk. And when we were watching game number 2, you played the Ringmaster, I believe, but there was a chance to pick the Tusk. What made you and your team go for the Ringmaster over the Tusk?
Yeah, I considered to pick Tusk also there. In my head, I think the Ringmaster can save people also, but it makes our lineup so many backline. I think I should just pick Tusk there. Yeah.
Fair enough. And then I have one final question, because this game we just watched obviously was very crazy. The ending was very cool as well. We had the fat WS Lycan, and obviously the Wolves played a very big part in this game. This was the first time we saw Lycan. Who called for this Lycan, and why did it work out so well for you guys?
I think WS called the hero even before this, we know the hero is really good against the lineup. Yeah. When's
the last time you laned with the Lycan?
I forget. I don't remember.
It must have been quite a while ago.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic series, though. Congratulations once again, Jokan. This was great. Obviously, you guys have a fantastic record now as well, with I believe 4-2. So looking pretty good in Dream League. Hoping to watch another fantastic series tomorrow. Go enjoy your victory, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you as well. This was, I mean, it was crazy. It was right when we were basically saying, oh, the long games kind of seems like we won't have those anymore. We did have that, and that means we only have limited time available to continue talking. Actually, scrap that. We're not going to continue talking because we got another series waiting on the wings. We got Gaming Gladiators taking on Team Liquid in a little bit. But first, I believe it's time for another episode of Cannibal Island.